for you. Turn your sexy draw loose. Oh yeah. Worldwide, everybody hold tight. Gonna have a wild night and party like Americans. My ride's taking off at high tide, 'cause tonight's a good night, so party like Americans. Worldwide, everybody hold tight. Gonna have a wild night. Oh yes, at high tide, and party like Americans.
Welcome back, everybody, to another day of the LCK here. It is Friday, and we do have the telecom war going head-to-head here, T1 versus KT. And it's an interesting one, too, because T1 kind of in that struggle phase where, you know, they're on the left side of the bracket. They're still doing okay. The record is good, but they've had some weak moments, you know, dropping a game to Hama Life recently being one of them. And KT really fighting for that playoff spot.
Yeah, and KT, I mean, they really need to win here today. T1 as well, but T1 I feel like less so than KT. I feel like because of the way that the top three is right now, yes, every single win really does matter, but T1 has been floundering around. They're still probably going to end up in playoffs, almost surely, but there definitely is some issues going on. Like you mentioned, dropping the game to Hanwha Life is very scary. Their drafts need no introduction. You can find them in a Stephen King book. So, points of the match. Two teams with concrete goals face each other. T1 looking to join the top contenders versus KT, who's desperate to reach the playoffs. So, a little bit more in it for them. KT's currently 2-1 in round 2. Can they showcase the KT and Summer Split by taking down T1? And I feel like that is going to be a pretty big feat to do so. We'll see if they manage to do it.
I mean, they defeated Sandbox and Team Dynamics, which are a couple of teams that they're kind of still in the running, right? But I think that KT at this moment in time are a bit better than them. They did go down to DRX, but they took a game off of DRX, which is obviously pretty good news for that lineup. I think if they can take a game off of DRX, they can definitely take a game off of T1, depending on how this comes out, as an intense tool in the top lane is expected. Kana, who can create a solo kill using Camille with Cleanse, versus Soan, who delivered a solo kill to the Rich King.
When the bottom one, modified starting lineup rises to the surface, Faker is on the bench.
Yeah.
For this game.
Hide on bench today, man.
Hide on
Feels
bench
bad.
indeed. As it looks like T1, you know, closer in baseball is, that's a role.
Yes.
That is.
Yeah, I do know that. I follow sports ball very well myself.
Well, I didn't know it with you, you know. It's always a game of chance.
Uh-huh.
Team stats, KDA, T1 is 3rd in the league. They are sort of KDA Kyles in the sense that they do not like to fight all that often. As apparent, now both of these teams actually don't like to fight all that often. Kill count per minute, extremely low. First blood percentage, they are sort of neck and neck.
Yeah.
And win rate with First Blood, they're also sort of neck and neck. This is truly a telecom war, which I don't know if T1 fans feel that good about, given KT's level of play so far here in Summer.
Yeah, but, you know, it's only a couple of games apart for the two of them, so absolutely will be interesting. Obviously, a lot of eyes are going to be on the mid lane for this one. We already talked about how Faker's not going to be starting today. It will be Closer, who did recently come of age, and so he will be able to play in pro play. I'm expecting a lot from him, to be honest. You know, there's not a lot of people that can just come in and replace Faker, obviously, but the T1 organization, I think, does a really great job of raising up their, you know, their rookies and the people in the team house, and it makes them into really great players. So I'm excited to see what Closer has to show us today, as here on the other side, no SMED support, nothing too out of the ordinary here for KT.
And we'll see how they can utilize Red Side versus T1 in this series. Closer coming in is going to be very interesting. He doesn't really need that much of an introduction if you've been following Reddit or any of the highlight clips on YouTube elsewhere. He's a insanely mechanical player that finally is going to be debuting here. Key player matchup, however, will be between Kana and So On. And which Kana are we going to get today? There's sort of a rocks, paper, scissors going on with him, where he'll either hard carry, hard lose, or just sort of be passable.
Yeah, that kind of just sounds like he's all over the place.
He really is.
Yeah, which generally we call inconsistency, and it's not something you really like out of a top laner. You know, if it's like, I don't know, if it's one of the other roles, I feel a little bit more comfortable, but in the top lane, I feel like if you're just getting pummeled, you know, occasionally, randomly, that's generally not too good. As I feel like So On is kind of on the same page. There were days early on in summer and even spring where it was like, wow, his Kennen is actually really good. But then there were other days where it's like, wow, where's Smen?
Yeah.
And that's generally, you know, not what you want to be asking. As you can see here, guys, Closer born 2003. He is 17 years old. He is just now able to play in professional play here in Korea and across the board, actually, I think, for all Riot Major Leagues. And so, really exciting moments. This could be the start of an amazing career for a new player, especially coming from the T1 organization. I think it deserves a little bit more, I don't know, you know, we're looking forward to it a little bit more. And so we'll have to wait and see how he does, as he will be up against Kuro here.
Yeah, and this is going to be very interesting. The questions, obviously, in a lot of people's minds are, well, is he going to play the whole series? Is he only in here for game number 1? Why are T1 doing this? Given the standings of the league right now, why not just use Faker, etc.?
Yeah.
And hopefully we get some answers to that in game number 1 so that we can use results bias in order to make up entire conclusions on the future of T1.
Yeah, and we also need to decide right now whether Closer is going to be a good player or not.
Yeah.
Based off his first game.
We got
yeah.
one game. Valdez.
Maybe not
And if
even
he
the whole
wins-
game.
If
Like,
he wins, he'll have 2.
let's see the laning phase first.
Yeah.
Then I might be, you know, ready to write him off right away. I know there's going to be a Reddit thread already that's just going to come right out and be like, who is this guy? Put Faker back in.
Well,
But yeah, we do have to give him a little bit of a leash, seriously. I mean, he's very new, he's extremely young. And we're just here to kind of test the waters, you know? See what he's got. And that's really all we can hope for. But all those points you said about, you know, the current standing in the league are very important to note as well.
well, here we go. We're getting into this one. T1 on the blue side. What is going to be their first ban? It'll be interesting to see how they... Don't scare me like that.
Yeah.
It'll be surprising to see how they try to approach the ban phase here and what kind of champions they're going to pick now with Closer in the lineup, because a lot of questions surrounding, well, what is the depth of his champion pool in a competitive environment as opposed to solo queue. Karthus is going to get banned away. I'm glad that he's finally getting attention that he deserves.
Yeah. Like immediately the next series we see, he's like first phase ban after, of course, last night where Canyon from Damwon was able to crush the dreams of DRX.
And Bard is the final ban. So let's see what T1 opens with a B1. Watch it be, there it is.
Yeah.
Tried, true, and tested, I guess, is what Foley is doing. KT now immediately responding with Ashe and Olaf. So they have a Ditto right now. The problem is that if Olaf doesn't get ahead of Volibear, he's always going to have a bad time. And the Ashe has to maintain lane dominance down there in bot. So let's take a look at what T1 are going to try to do and how they're going to go about approaching this. Seeing a lot of diversity. Are they really just going to Zyra Khan? And it looks like that is going to be the B2, B3. Now, this is coming in blind, which means KT, they could just smack it with a mage support.
Morgana. Here we go, right now, Morgana, throw it down.
You know, if this was Sully 1 Prince, I would say that even Zyra in a spot like this would be quite nice, but no, KT hovering Kennen. I guess they want to lock that in.
Yeah, I was talking about Soan's Kennen. You were talking about champion pools. He's definitely one of the players here in the LCK that is very, I think, predictable in terms of what kind of champions we're going to be seeing out of him. He plays a lot of Kennen, and so they are going to prioritize that for him.
And bans. Galio is going to be taken away. Azir now removed from the table by T1. The thing about T1's team comp right now is all of their champions have to go in to the opponents. Now, fortunately for them, the Xayah is getting a little bit of benefit against the Kennen, but Ashe leaves a little bit more room to pivot away from the themes of the team compositions, whereas the other 5 surrounding champions don't really have alternate modes. So we'll see what KT tries to do here on R4. I think ideally you just pick your support and try to counterpick. If they pick a Tom Kench, I'm going to be very angry.
Well, it's already banned, so...
Oh, it was the final ban.
They denied that so that we could have
an
R4
honest game.
Renekton.
Yeah.
For some reason.
Lost sight. Ooh, Valdez.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Morgana's been a long-standing
Lux is fine.
counter to Rakan, but the Lux is very interesting coming out here. Another decent counter into the Rakan.
And now Zoe being hovered right now. An interesting thing here would actually be a Lux pivot into mid lane, which is entirely possible here because Lux does, in a vacuum, answer Zoe. And they will have that option at least available to them if they want to utilize it. So Lux, in a weird way, is now given flex potency because of how T1 just picked. The Zoe now is going to try to go neck and neck against the Ashe. And okay, well, T1, they are going all in. The Zoe's the one champion that's off theme with the other remaining champions, but Zoe's one of the best no-theme champions in the game, and that can sort of stand her own. And all right, Orianna is going to come in. This is a lot of magic damage, but look at T1's team composition and ask yourself, well, how do they really get access to magic resistance without compromising their build? And it's not the easiest thing to really do, especially for Xayah. So we'll see what is going to end up happening here. Both of these teams are trying to go in at their opponent. I feel like there's a little bit more terrain control offered by Lux Orianna and obviously Ashe than anything T1 has a response to, but T1's hard on engage, it does still have a bit of explosiveness. If T1 falls behind, I think it's probably just lights out, because there's so many avenues that KT's comp has available to it to operate at different stages of the game and in different manners with poke, siege, zone control, and all the other things. T1, they're going to be scaling up. Xayah takes a lot of while to come online. Vladimir needs a lot of time. See what they can end up doing with it and how Closer's going to perform here on this Zoe.
Yeah, I think that's really important to note. We have so many amazing Zoes in the LCK, guys. Just an unbelievable plethora. There's like so many great players of Zoe, even on teams that aren't on the west side of the bracket. So this is definitely a champion where we have a lot of high expectations based off of the level of play that we've seen. So it's definitely not just an easy, feel-good champion coming in here for Closer to make his debut, which just gets me even more excited. So let's see what he is going to be able to do here as we do hop onto the Rift. Get the zoom in here onto this Zoe skin.
Zoe looks like a squid. Look at her shadow. Right? Kind of like kind of like a squid.
Well,
she is a squid.
Kind of looks like a fish, but if I just look at the shadow. Yeah.
You ever realize that? Look at that. Xayah does not look like a bird.
No, like her cape is like feathers. Which sometimes throws me off because the cape is like twice the size of her body.
Yeah.
She's
definitely
like ultra
weird.
thin on the map.
You have to wonder why a bird would want that.
Why would a bird want
why would a bird want such an oversized cape?
Well,
Like,
I think
really
most
slow them down.
birds are actually, if you look at the size, most of it is actually their feathers. I don't know if you've ever.
Thank you about that.
I don't know if you've. I'm no ornithologist here, but I think that's the the term for a bird person.
All right.
Shout out to bird person, by the way. Big
Yeah.
fan. Well, I'm very curious to see a couple of things in this game. The Lux support coming out here from Tucson obviously is really fun to see. We don't see it all that often, the mage supports, but up against Rakan, I think the players are a little bit more, relaxed and willing to do something like that.
This is really weird looking at the runes. Kuro going for Scorch, and you have to know that you're going to be up against Teleport on Zoe. And so there's no real way to get a meaningful advantage with that rune. And just in the later stages of the game, you're losing so much EHP as well anytime you place a shield on a teammate, and you're losing AP values that Gathering Storm would have otherwise given. Effort on Rakan, 15-3, 83.3% win rate, 6.0 KDA. Only gotten 9 kills. Imagine being his victim in those games.
Only 9 kills.
Yeah.
Wow.
True support player here.
Yeah, and when I think about effort, I do absolutely think of Rakan and also Leona. I think those are two of his big champions that he's kind of gotten a name for himself on.
Yeah.
Sure.
We'll see what everyone can manage to do here. Cuz is going for a pretty bizarre path.
He saw Spirit yesterday.
Yeah, the dynamics of the lane are entirely different. So
Yeah, well, we don't pay attention to that.
So Olaf is going to actually find himself with quite a nice position in this game. So you can see that Cuz, he paths up into top lane, but the dynamics of this lane, there was no real kill that would be possible. And so now Olaf going to come over here. Bono making a little bit of a peculiar route here, but he's going to be able to run through mid because Kuro has priority. And he should be able to get the right side Scuttle Crab. So Bono's still going to be ahead in the jungle. Bot lane is shoved in. And with mid lane being shoved in, it's going to be a pretty free pickup. Now, the Gromp Wolves, Raptors, and Golems, they're all going to respawn first for Bono, and he can just keep power farming. So this is why, because his route is a little bit peculiar, because everything is just sort of not really aligned with the lanes.
It's not very efficient either in terms of jungle clear. So there's definitely that.
Ooh.
And
Didn't get the plate.
Yeah, very close. It's about 13 health based on my expert calculations. We saw that Bono was just hanging out with the dragon that's not spawned yet. He's waiting, but he got stood up. So he'll have to wait about 35 seconds for that to come up here. There's definitely a lot of eyes on Closer. So far the lane seems to be going okay for him.
Yeah, he's already teleported back to the lane, but Kuro is there as well. Has the cleanse on himself right now in this game. Went for the mana route, and Effort is going to whiff on the knock-up attempt. Cuz is down here. Ooh, that clipped aiming.
Why did he stand in that? Oh, man.
Well,
he was so focused on trying to kite and auto the enemy laner that he just stood in the ability.
this is also one of the bizarre things here. So Bono, he comes down to the river brush. He clears out the ward, but you know that Volibear's not going to still be in there, and so now he's stunting his own jungle clears. He's level 5, but you have to ask yourself, why is it necessary for him to come down to the right-hand side and do these things when his laners are all pretty self-sufficient as it is, and he's just losing a lot of opportunity to keep killing the camps and getting them to respawn at higher levels, and then just hitting that level 9 breakpoint, because the onus isn't on them to really force anything. Nice snare.
Oh, the heal has to come out here from Effort as here comes Cuz. The flash comes in, but the immediate teleport from the top lane. And Olaf is here too, as Sowan gonna get a very nice ultimate. Down will go Teddy, and the flat ultimate is not gonna do anything as they're looking for Effort. There's the flash axe as Bono puts him in the death chamber. As aiming, gonna get incredibly low, nearly dies to the cannon. Bono gets a triple kill, but here comes Closer, looking to clean it up as the Zoe does. He's gonna get 2. And, well, he misses that, but it doesn't matter as the more sparkles will pick up a triple for the debuting mid laner of T1.
Yeah, and he picks up a flash as well. And Kuro now on the flip side just trying to shove in the minion wave. So what isn't being shown on the camera is that Zoe does lose a couple of waves, but Teddy's there to pick it up immediately off the rotation. So Closer really salvaging that bot lane state. And at the end of it, we're going to be dead even throughout everything. But Bono did get 3 kills. So now with the Cinderhulk, we'll see what he can do to try to power ahead of the Volibear and do something meaningful. Both top laners really getting a little bit of the action here. Oh, hey, that's rude.
Speaking of action, Tucson's not
Oh, he's
done.
going to stop him again. Yeah, this is actually really bad for the Zoe. So let's take a look at how this all happens. Snare by Lux. It's really brutal for T1 to try to play this, and this is why Xayah Rakan, when it comes in early, it can get answered. The lightning misses by Cuz, and this is T1 forcing things because they feel a little bit under pressure because all the lanes are getting a little neutralized. Teleport comes in from Soan. Axes by Bono really on point. And at this point, they could just disengage and try to run away. But Closer. Yeah. Well. Nonetheless, triple kill for Closer.
So Kuro was following him down.
Yeah.
And then he was like, oh yeah, my team won the fight. I can go back to mid lane. And then he sees Zoe and he's like, oh crap, I gotta go back.
Oh.
I don't know what Everett's doing here.
What is he? Hello? They are sitting out of their minds right now. I just want to point that out, by the way, because I don't really.
What?
I'm not.
What? Well, there's no flash on aiming, so maybe they were like, we can force. We have so much CC, we can just kill the Ashe, but not when you do that.
Yeah. And so KT.
Yeah.
They find themselves with the Ocean Dragon. Their lanes are all still really good. And remember, T1's comp, it needs a lot of gold until it comes online. But even when it does, there's so much zone control by Orianna's Ball, by Lux. The shield is so nuts against Vladimir's Engage. It's going to be really hard to play. I don't know how Teddy is expected to enter fights. This was the weirdest thing in the world. I wish I could come up with something that he was trying to do. But I really can't. Cuz keeps running down into bot lane. Both of these junglers really just going a bit more aggressive rather than letting the lanes do their own thing. Obviously, bot lane for T1 does need a bit of help due to the dynamic, but not the end of the world. Rift Herald's going to be picked up right now by T1.
It's on Vision too.
Yeah.
But you can see that the bottom lane here of T1 is going to be in position before the bottom lane of KT.
The
Lux, yeah, the Lux is going to get in range maybe for a laser, but with Bono backing away, it looks like they just want to give that one up.
Remember, Ash Arrow, it's going to be up soon, and aiming. He can shoot that from downtown if they would want to, but no, they're going to just give it up.
Yeah.
Tushin looking for a snipe onto Teddy. Oh. That's a lot of damage. That's not very nice.
Half health.
Yeah.
He's got mana. He's got a refillable, so.
The thing I learned from Pokemon is that flying types don't really like electricity.
That's true.
Yeah, Lux is definitely
Lux
super.
electricity?
I think.
Or is she like holy damage? No, she's like sun damage, right?
So you're going a little bit too far with this.
Or what is a laser, really?
It's a spark, isn't it? Isn't it final spark?
Yeah, well,
Spark is electricity.
And based off of Pokemon as well, like they use their, they make it very obvious what the type of the, through the name is what the type of the ability is. So yeah, I think we'll have to concede that point and say that it is lightning in fact.
So Pikachu took a bite out of Pidgeotto down there. That's what just happened.
Okay. I don't mind it.
2 minutes until Mountain Dragon. KT has a slight advantage right now. And remember, I mean, this is a pretty normal thing. KT should have slight gold edge, so it's nothing to lose your minds about. But a minute and a half until Mountain Dragon will end up coming up. And we shall see what T1 is going to manage to do at that point. And also, will Closer actually have his core item completed by then? I would assume so. Darkseal picked up on Kuro. I actually really like that purchase at this point in time because you know that a fight is about to be brewing. And so you can look to try to get some stacks on it. You get to 6, just convert it into a Mage Eyes, and you'll be having a pretty good time on that front.
Yeah, I think it's something we need to see more. You know, players preparing for the imminent fight that is about to take place. And did he really just sneak through here? Yeah, he did. But somehow, Soan able to feel the pressure. Closer is coming up here. And it's kind of an awkward spot here. He's taking a lot of axes, and now with the Ragnarok, it's going to try to run on him. Closer will flash away. Soan in a little bit of trouble. That's going to be a missed Paddle Star. And now another heal. It's going to have to be picked up. By the way, 3 heals in total. One from Closer, one from, I guess, Kana, who had it with his Unsealed Spellbook, and then picked up again by Closer.
Bono just going to clear out this ward. Oblivion Orb picked up by Soan. And I feel like that is really a surprising purchase at this point in time, but I guess it's going to give him the most power at this. Well, actually, no, it's not even giving him the most power. He could get more power out of getting Sword Pen Boots. It would get more magic penetration, and then just holding an Amp Tome would actually give him more. So I feel like this is very surprising for the Mountain Drake. It's not as optimized as it could be, but he's probably going to shove in top lane and then run down to Dragon. No, he's going to actually stay up in top lane. I have no idea what's going on, Valdez. I apologize.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got Unsealed Spellbook too. That's a lot of Paddle Stars, by the way, that Closer is missing. Maybe he's feeling a little bit nervous. Trying to line it up here. That's not going to land on the Kuro, and unfortunately, with no follow-up from the Zoe, Kuro will live. Didn't even have to flash. And I have to say, Closer did look a little bit better earlier on in the game. And he was able to clean up kind of the free 3 kills down on the bottom side.
The thing about this for Soan is that Mountain Dragon is so important against the enemy team because Vladimir doesn't like to have to build Magic Pen, and every little bit of resistance is just all the more important against this T1 all-in comp. Aiming, gonna flash away from the quickness, but it brings you 2 Drakes into Soul Point. Just a very important pickup, and at this game timer as well, you're looking to just open up the game immediately after that dragon is captured. Bono, here we go.
Yeah, they're going to force the Ragnarok. That's another missed Paddle Star as he's not able to follow up there. He's able to hit the bubble this time around, but again, not able to bridge the distance onto Kuro. I feel like you've got this bed Zoe. She needs to be doing the damage, right? Teddy's not really online right now. You need your mid laner to be doing it. Kana's not going to do it. And that's going to kind of give up the river here over to the side of KT, who will take this free Drake. T1 just going to back away and hand it over.
And, well, this is going to buy a lot of time. And so for champions that didn't yet have their items spiked, like Orianna, very stunted actually at this fight. Just has the Lost Chapter and a Darkseal. Zoe was very powerful at this fight. Kuro's going to go back, still doesn't have enough for the Ludens. And actually, I'm really surprised here that he's not going Seraph's Embrace. We've seen this a lot in EU. When the opponents have a lot of hard-on engage, you want the Seraph's Embrace, not just, not just for the active, but also the AP ratio converts into a lot of EHP with your shield. So you get Seraph's Embrace, the active is insane against Vladimir, it's insane right as you go to sleep against Zoe, or any sort of attempted engage by Volibear, and it really helps you in team fights. But when you end up getting Death Cap later, the extra AP that item has gets amplified that much more, and it converts to a lot of EHP in the team fight with multiple E-casts on teammates. So a little bit surprising by Kuro not electing for that, but he's been doing a pretty good job in the game. And like you're pointing out, Closer with the 3-0 start, it's a little bit difficult to find a lot going on in this game. Everything has been pretty safe and sturdy. T1, on the flip side though, they're rolling pretty good. Cloud Drake came up. Not the best thing if you're a KT fan.
Oh, yeah. Infernal would have been quite nice. Definitely have a nice amount of damage there. Although, I suppose the Infernal would have been part of the problem if they started to lose their grip on the game as well. If a bunch of Infernals went into the hands of T1, could have been quite dangerous going up against Vlad, Zoe, Xayah. But either way, right now, KT kind of in control of this one, although we do have a bunch of turrets falling here. Bottom is going to go the way of KT, but mid goes the way of T1. So definitely a nice win for them there, as Shirley's not going to get much value. Might get another charge here, though. And meanwhile, Kana pushing the top lane, and because of all that pressure with the two members of KT down on bottom side, they're losing a little bit of help up in the top two lanes.
Well, we'll see what KT is going to do. Now, the top tier turret falling creates opportunities that are a bit Voldemort to speak about. KT's not, yeah, we don't mention it. Ooh!
It's summer, by the way.
It is.
No ice here.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
You'd have to go to the OPL for that.
Yeah.
If you want some ice in the summer.
and 2 minutes until Cloud Dragon is going to be coming up. Zoe's going to go for the Proto Belt second. Ashe just continuing on, getting attack speed items. Xayah still very far away from really being a super power threat. And what I really hope to see out of KT as this game progresses is don't just fall into the mindset that Kennen has to run into the opponents with Olaf backing him up with an Orianna ball attached to him. They can zone control endlessly with Ori and Ashe. We got a bit of a fight.
Oh, that miscue is big for Zoan. He might be just dead here. One more empowered Q, and that's going to be the end of that. Suppose he didn't expect to be found in the brush. That was definitely a little bit of a weird start to that fight, as now Ragnarok has to be blown here. And there's no objectives right now, so it's just little wins going towards T1, but it's definitely not a good sign for KT.
No, and I mean, that's just a very big pickup for Kana on this flat. Okay, well, he's done. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, it was a nice pickup, and then all of a sudden it was.
Yeah.
And it's just sort of like one of those days where, you know, you wake up and everything's just starting to go wrong.
Yeah. You end up, you know, you start with a headache, and
yeah,
it's a little bit of a headache now for Kuro. He's going to get flashed on. The Volibear ultimate will be very effective. Super effective, even as Effort he's gonna stay alive.
What happened to the turret?
Yeah, the turret just kind of gave up.
Oh,
halfway through.
okay. Cool.
And by the way, that was the second turret.
Oh!
Well, not fast enough was Pikachu with the Morellos. With the Morellos,
should have evolved
it makes
into Raichu.
sense up against the Vlad and I suppose the Volibear. So this time around, it's not as egregious as other Morello timings.
And, well, at this point in the game, KT, they're just going to keep taking things slow. Cloud Dragon is available. Now, here's the Warmog for Bono. What I really hope to see one of these days is the Locket of the Iron Solari picked up.
탑 싸운다. 탑 누구 온지 알려줘.
Let me know who's coming top.
나이스.
Nice. And then right here, I mean, this is a pretty bread and butter pickup. It's actually going to be 2-1 getting the Cloud Dragon. So that is nice for them. It buys them a lot of time to continue to scale. I'm not going to lie to you and pretend that 10% CDR on any of their ults is that important. It's not.
No.
And yeah, I'm really curious what happened here with the turret. So it's on Effort. There's no way he wasn't in range.
The angle, he was so far up against the wall, I think,
yeah,
that he actually just angled it really nicely.
It really looked like that was going to be a 1-for-1. Aiming picks up the red buff. And these are always the scariest kind of LCK games because it's going to come down to one fight, and that'll dictate pretty much the entire game. So, Volibear has a little bit of Build-A-Bear going on in his kit, or in his build right now. Effort managing to dodge that volley. And everything else just really slow and steady. Not a whole lot happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's 10th and 9th teams in the LCK for champion kills, so we weren't exactly coming into this one expecting a ton of action and fireworks to be flying. This isn't a, you know, Dom1 versus DRX style of game just yet. And I think the comps kind of lead us to that as well. But definitely because these teams weren't being very proactive at the same time. We just really haven't had much action. Effort trying to get aggressive here, put down some vision for what he can around the Baron. Neither of these teams really gonna make a play towards Baron this early on in the game unless they get a big ace. So kind of just waiting for that next Cloud Drake in 3 minutes.
Well, it's a lot of slow and steady scaling going on here. And honestly, it's been a while, but I think that we are currently in another episode of Forbidden Love.
Yeah.
Right now, I definitely think that is what
it has been a while.
It really has.
Yeah.
And you know,
that's good. Just makes the love grow stronger.
Yeah, just really. Yeah. I mean, this is where, you know, we get the ashes of creation. This is what.
What?
You know, this is where we weave that one in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks cool.
It definitely
we'll see.
does.
We'll see. Still waiting on that Riot MMO, by the way.
Yeah.
It's forever waiting. You know that meme with the skeleton that's like sitting on the chair is like still waiting.
I actually just used that this past weekend.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh, it was
very pertinent to this discussion we're having about MMOs.
Definitely.
Yeah. Still waiting, Riot. Maybe someday. I understand it's a big investment, but as an MMO fan myself, that would be the dream.
Whoa!
Oh, that was okay.
Okay, honestly.
Nice maneuvering from Closer. And I like that KT are actually trying to set up something, right? This isn't just, well, the Cloud Drake spawns in 2 minutes, and I'm going to take the Krugs and then push the lane. And then when the enemy team pushes into me, I'm going to push the lane back.
That's, well, we are playing ping pong.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. There are no frozen waves. There are no ways to set up ganks.
No one is actually freezing waves, and it's really sad because the approach potential by some of these teams to catch side laners that are forced to walk up is just so obvious. And instead, I mean, we all got hot dates. I mean, we are in the summer, so we got places to be. It is imperative for Vladimir to immediately shove this wave back in so that Kennen can get the next wave. Now, it would be a cardinal sin to not do this about 2 times and thus effectively kill your opponent through gold gained in terms of net difference and EXP. But yeah, Kennen's going to get all those minions that he otherwise would not have been able to get.
Or be forced into a position where he's not, you know, safe. He can farm the pushed wave in a very safe spot, so there's no risk to him. And we have some pretty defensive itemization, too. The Banshee's picked up here by Orianna. That's not too out of the ordinary, but also QSS for the Ashe, just to make sure he can deal with the engage. And speaking of which, Sowan will be forced to flash away. And that is all the action we have in store for you tonight.
And you see, some of the Orianna E's, you really, in spots like this, wish that you just had Seraphs in order to give larger shields to your teammates, especially.
They're going in.
Yeah.
They're not wasting any time as the Featherstorm is down, but Teddy desperately trying to kite it out, but he cannot. And finally, the rest of T1 is going to come in. But the Ashe getting so much value. Sowan, though, kind of baiting his team into this one. Kana in the back line aiming. In the front is just going to get blown up. As now Fano can't do it alone. The triple kill goes to Cuz, who is untouchable. The Closer not going to be able to find Kuro on the way out, but somehow KT started that one so nicely, and all of a sudden threw it all away.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest counter throws I think I've ever seen in such a short time span. So KT, I mean, we're going to see it in the replay for sure, but this is going to be T1 now getting themselves the Baron. I can't imagine a world where they would ever lose this. Let's take a look at how this all transpires. So Teddy going on a bit of an adventure, being forced to use Featherstorm. That was a beautiful cleanse on the Ashe ultimate. Bono finds his way in there. Rakan on the quickness, not able to do anything against the Ragnarok. Lux Laser misses, and for some unholy reason,
93 now.
KT, Tushin leading the charge as support Lux. I mean, it doesn't even look real, the level of throw that this is. They funnel in like flies with their weakest champions first for no reason.
And then so on with like 30% health.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm just going to all-time unkillable right straight into Fed Zoe and Vlad, who is level 16, by the way, just casually in this game.
And I mean, this is the point in the game where Vladimir is really scary. They've finally hit that item break point. He has 3 items. Zoe as well, almost at 3 items. Xayah almost at 3 items herself. And things are looking pretty good for them. So take this in addition to the fact that KT are losing to Shopkeeper. Not in the sense that they're buying necessarily atrocious items. They're just not buying the right things that they actually need. It's like going to an electronics store and just getting the wrong things. You know, it's not the best.
Okay. That's the pool that counters one ultimate ability. The Ashe. As the game comes along, of course, the arrow's not going to have nearly as much utility. So many items that will be used to eventually counter it. Effort is really, he's going on walks. The bottom lane of T1 do not look very clean tonight, I have to say. And got to be careful about that here. You're in a good spot now with your scaling. You have Xayah and Vlad online. You have your Fed Zoe. And everything's looking pretty nice here with the Baron push coming through. Still a minute left as Cuz really is untouchable, by the way. He's got Stone Plate here on the Volibear, can just hop out. They're nearly going to kill Olaf on the backside as Closer. Getting a little bit too close, but it's going to be okay in the end.
Trying to do what his name says.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to close the distance with the Z.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, KT, they are going to survive for the moment, and the goal discrepancy is not super big in relation to how these two team comps are going to fight. Vladimir is now at 4 items, which he now has the Twin Shadow, which is going to help out his teammates a lot. Very important for Volibear to get that Stone Plate, so when he ults in, everyone just ignores him anyway, and then the active falls off. You know, it'd be a sin to get Locket of the Iron Solari and give all of his teammates several hundred EHP with the shields.
I mean, we saw him use it in the last fight, and I feel like the only reason why it got much value is because he was literally just running at the turret, right? And they're like, well, I mean, if you're going to do that, then we're going to attack you. And even then, I mean, he was just barely able to get out of there alive. And yeah, KT, for some reason, after all that, they've taken a very big backseat. They're just playing extremely passively, not looking for too many engages from here, just looking to defend.
And when we look at the level discrepancy, though, this is where T1 is actually getting some of their edges. They have 1 in AD carry, 1 in mid lane, and the top lane is a 3-level discrepancy. So
how did he already hit level 8?
It's, I mean, it's pretty good. Well, he's been a part of a solo kill, or 2 solo kills, right? In a way? No, one.
Yeah. And then they killed the Orianna under the turret that one time.
He does have 314 CS, a lot of that, almost all inside of a side lane by himself. Been a part of some nice team fights as well. 80% KP this game.
I like the from screens away, all, you know, more than half your health is just gone immediately.
You like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun. And we're just kind of chilling here waiting for the objectives once again. We know that neither of these teams are going to set up side lanes to try to look for ganks. Neither of them are going to get too aggressive. And it is eventually going to come down to, you know, 1 or 2 big team fights around those objectives.
Yeah. So we'll see what does happen in the big dance. KT is just trying to buy themselves a lot of time. They probably want to hit that death cap on Ori and play for that. Spear Visage on Olaf. I mean, this is one of those you hate to see it moments where he's really playing for himself with his itemization. Don't know where exactly Soon's going now with his build. Probably going to pick up a Void Staff 4th. I would assume. Ashe has her utility items. Xayah as well finally has picked up the Hex Drinker, which is very nice against the Kennen, Lux, and Orianna. Red buff is being fought over. Can Cuz steal it away? The answer is going to be no. And that's pretty big for the Cloud Dragon fight. Ashe having that red buff on her. Not a whole lot going on. We are definitely in...
Yeah. This is the lullaby state.
Yeah.
If you will. Ooh,
And
he missed that cannon.
this is...
Guess we're going to have Faker in game 2.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, he missed the cannon, so.
To be honest. If we're just being frank.
Yeah.
Well, this is very surprising. KT is just going to keep playing... Oh.
Oh, okay.
Well, not really, yeah.
Ooh, how did that... That was kind of cute. Snuck through.
30% ultimate CDR right now. We are starting to get to a pretty scary point in this game. 40% ult CDR. That's definitely gonna do something in some of these fights.
Oh boy. You see that Orianna is definitely one of these champions that can respond to a portal jump forward pretty nicely. It's not going to do the same amount of damage as a full-ranged Paddle Star onto a slept target, but it's a good way to try to fight back and not just give Zoe free damage.
And we'll see. The Baron dance. This is going to be the most important part. And Volibear just running around right now, looking for anything that he can possibly do. Both of these junglers very underleveled compared to some of the solo laners right now. Zoe as well is level 18. So just lots of time being bought. Scimitar picked up by Ashe. And everyone's just playing ping pong with each other. So LCK has not yet really quite evolved to the thought process of manipulating mid and late stage waves in order to induce things. And this is definitely taken a while. But T1 are in a very comfortable position. They can actually keep doing this. They can pick up the Cloud Soul. Vladimir, it looks like, is just going to start up the Baron.
He can't solo that.
Yeah,
no.
he can't. There's no, yeah. Now T1 going to allocate a couple other members to come over with him.
I mean, maybe?
No, he's losing about 10% HP each time.
Yeah, well,
Or 5.
like 5%? But either way, when the damage is going to come out, it's way too late from KT. As we have no response. None.
That looks like the Mario.
KT.
What is it called? Is it a Goomba? A Goomba when you step on the... Yeah.
Goomba stomp.
Yeah.
Just jump on the head of the Goomba.
That's exactly what the Volibear jumping on Baron looked like.
Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, this is...
Why did you just pick up an Oblivion Orb versus MR stack?
Well, you see the shopkeeper has some recommendations. And,
I mean, I
he
think
recommends Morellos.
It's really worthy of almost... what is going on and what is this thought process?
Morellos.
No. It's so amazing to me that Vladimir has the right idea with the Void Step. What? What healing?
No, it's... No.
What healing is more important than getting the maximum pen that you can get?
Yeah, I think it's just like a rookie mistake. I don't... He's not thinking right now, I think. He might just be on autopilot.
The other thing is, if you really want the Grievous wounds, I mean, you just have Volibear pick up. You either have Volibear pick up Bramblebast or... okay.
Kana. He's trying to go 1v2, nearly able to, and he is going to be able to shut down So-On, but he beats Cuz into an awkward spot. At least the stone plate does 0. And now KT in a little bit of an awkward spot. Looking to try to zone
he got the bubble?
He does, and he's going to 1v1 that Orianna, and that's going to be the end of this fight. The rest of them going to go falling down like flies, as Closer is going to be able to close out the team fight, as now finally T1 will be able to push in and take the win.
Yeah, and the two most important champions to T1's team composition are the ones that stand tall at the end of it. And I'm pretty sure with their AP values, they're able to just completely tap these turrets and bring them down. Yeah, this is going to be a very easy pickup for T1. So, Closer in his debut performance going to be 5-0-4. He did lose to Shopkeeper, but rookie mistake, not the end of the world. And that's going to be the game for T1. And we'll see if he actually manages to stay in for game number 2. Doesn't look like he's picking up any of his equipment.
I'd imagine they'd give him another shot. I don't think that...
I don't think he performed badly.
Yeah, and I think the fact that T1 would even let him play... You know, we were talking about standings and how important it is right now for T1 to perform every single day. The fact that they would even let him play, I think, shows that they are willing to take the risk of putting in a rookie player versus a veteran.
Yeah.
And just saying, like, you played good in game 1, sure, take a second game. We don't, you know, we're fine. We don't really need to put in Faker right now. Now, if he got dumpstered, then I think we'd probably see him come out. But
yeah.
Definitely not the case here. And, yeah, you know, honestly, that game, we didn't have a lot of action.
No.
It kind of just looked like two teams that were heavily opposed to fighting, pacifists. And then finally, because of Kana pressing the issue, we had them bait in KT and eventually give that win in the team fight over to T1. Took 37 minutes, but it was the slow climb up to about 8,000 gold there on the side of T1.
Yeah, and we'll see what ends up happening in game number 2. Because I felt like this game went very slow, especially for T1 when they got a commanding lead. Mostly due to the nature of their comp. You have to wait for the Vladimir, wait for the Xayah to start getting ahead, but they also fell behind early. So we'll see what T1 can do on red side. Maybe they can get a little bit more of a proactive or explosive team composition and manage to do something with it. But KT, that wasn't a great look of a game.
Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't. They had those early leads, and then they kind of just fell apart and didn't really do anything with them around the middle stages of the game. So kind of hoping that they can pull it back there for game 2 and make it a little bit more competitive with their lead. But either way, guys, we'll be back after this quick break.
공업다 노플 노순 여기까지 봐 다음은 끝난다
노플.
나이스 끝내자 미드
바텀이 빠른데?
바텀이 빠르겠다
오케이. 바텀 가보자.
바텀
이번에 애쉬 노플.
미는 거 빨라 이거.
이거 헤드셋 벗지 말고
그럼 헤드셋 뻗으면 안 돼.
네, 안 보여.
넥선들 묻어질 때까지 내가 이미 한번 경고 받아놔가지고 라인 밀러 라인 같이 때려야 돼 미니언이랑 나이스
끝난 거 같아.
나이스
나이스. 자, 좀만 때려도 되냐? 그러나?
아니
아니다.
딜 조작하려고 있어
미안.
보면 안 되고.
이강화목을 던졌는데 글쎄요. 표시에게 일단 위험한데요. 홈런을 걸렸어요.
잘 가냈죠. 이즈리언 그때 죽었고요.
그럼 어떻게 되죠?
그리고 아지르 쪽 지금 노티는 죽긴 했지만 자
나 근데 노틸한테 어떻게 걸린 거지 이거? 영상은 처음 보는 게
이 다음 어떻습니까?
블리츠의 변수 나와야 되거든요.
얼렸어요 세 명을.
얼음 채워 주먹 날려봤는데 땡겨오지 않았고요. 그러면은 결국에
끝입니다.
승리죠.
결국은 소한가의 세고.
아니 지금 캐리아의 바드가 또 한 번 운명의 소용돌이 우제걸 속 콤보를 완벽하게 넣었어요.
무슨 운명의 소리들을 계속 꽂아요.
그렇죠.
다 올렸고 달렸어 캐는 바드 다 했다 미치겠다 그냥
공개서 쇼메이커.
꼈고 앞라인에서 버텨주고
썸이 돌자.
최선을 다해. 그래서
트리플 킬. 이러고 코드라 킬. 이러면 캐년이. 이게 또 스웨드 맞고.
누가 대시 맞아주고
끌어왔는데.
누가 대시 맞아주고 다음에 존나 들고 있어요. 빙박기 그래서 마지막에
펜타킬. 그리고 넥서스가 방해됩니다.
센터 주기 싫당
야, 조식에 있어. 펜트 안 들어가네. 얘 쌍조식인데?
타미로 건배 미안해 하고 해보다 한 명 남기고
쌍조식이긴 해. 제발 펜트.
나이스 그렇다
펜타킬이다.
야 바스 좋다 바스
하고는
지금 지시였어. 저 앞에서 데미장시 먼저 그냥 들어가면서 자 앞에서는 달려가 오면 커즈가 또 살짝 앞라인 정리 싸움인데 맞습니다. 자 누가 들어갔어요. 네 그러면서 테디도 와 바이커의 생명 비루 전설 상황을 만들었습니다.
페이커가 조이를 잡았을 때 나오는 약간 앞으로 몸이 치우치는 걸 잘 활용했다고 봐야 되고
찢으면서 그다음에 바이퍼 타워 없었네요. 전자 반전 기회 3개 들어왔어요. 바이퍼를 끌었어요. T1 이게 또 T1에 한 번 더
커즈와 칸나가 붕괴죠.
이엔지 여기서 오른이 막아주고 있고요. 클리드가 오른 엄청 보고 있죠. 그렇죠. 자, 클리드는 목숨 2개 받아주고요. 다음에 오른을 일단 막아주고 있어요. 위에.
투기만 해주면 됩니다. 제트를 투기만 하면 돼요.
그래서 초발이 제대로 들어갔고 이게
Welcome to the post-game analysis of T1 versus KT Roaster Game 1. Today we're joined by Subin Yoon, as well as Lyra and Pawn.
안녕하세요.
Hello everyone.
안녕하세요. 포노석입니다.
네, 오늘 T1에서 클로저 선수가
Right.
출전을 했는데요.
From T1, closer started for them.
새로운 점이 있었을까요?
Were there any differences in the draft due to that change roster? Well, KT took Olaf and Ashe, trying to bolster their laning phase, whereas T1 picked Xayah and Rakan as a countermeasure. And also against Kennen, Vlad was picked as a counter pick, and against Orthodox mages in the top lane, Vlad has been frequently used as a counter pick. And also KT picked champions that have a lot of early game control and champions that can control the tempo of the game, whereas T1 just trying to counter pick as much as possible and trying to drag the game out. And also the game was won by T1 mostly because Vlad was able to sustain himself despite the efforts from KT to break him down. No. So in the bot lane, there was a big bloodbath incident. So Volio was on his way to gank the lane. And Rakan started that fight with his W, but KT was already aware of it. So KT's top and jungles were ready to join the fray. And Orianna was trying to recall, but Zoe had Ghost available, therefore he joined the team fight much faster than Orianna, and actually Orianna reverted back to his respective lane. And as soon as joined the frame, Orianna was very indecisive, so he actually was hovering around the river and bewildered where to go. And either Orianna wasn't prepared that the fight was going to get this elongated, or maybe it was a shot call where the members of KT told him not to come down. So if Orianna had gone down, then they could have narrowed the margin. However, due to Orianna's absence in the bot lane skirmish, the discrepancy got heightened furthermore. And the game dragged out long enough where T1 was comfortable for a team fight, and everything was... KT was already on their back foot by then. So although KT started off the fight really well and even got the kill, however they overextended and ended up all dead. So here, Kennen's flash was burnt due to the play from T1, which is very crucial in teamfight situations. So Ash used ult, but Zaya cleansed out and also used her ult to get out of the harm's way. But KT chased all the way to the end to get rid of Zaya. And here, although it seems like a 4v3, but Lux got trouble bubbled by Zoe. And also Vlad's ult hit 3 members of KT, and therefore Volibear was able to clean up the fight in the end. So Orianna's only escape ability is her flash, but she burnt her flash, so therefore they had to be more meticulous in the following team fight because of the absence of Orianna's flash. So instead of regrouping and trying to be more meticulous in terms of their team fight, they just went in recklessly, and they also conceded more kills, and therefore they handed the game over to T1. Let's check the player of the game of this game 1. And it is Closer with his Zoe. In his debut match, he was able to acquire that 100 POG points. And he even ended the game deathless. He must have had a lot of pressure mounted on his shoulders because he's subbing in for Faker. But there are a lot of things that Zoe had to do when there was no tempo for them in both mid and bot lanes, which he did extraordinarily. I think that luck is also a part of skill for grabbing the necessary skills with Zoe's W. And he most definitely carried this game using his proficiency of Zoe. There were moments where he used the smite onto the minions and then hit the trouble bubble, getting rid of that minion blockage. Got 9 out of 12 votes. And Vlad could have also got the POG, but Closer popping off in his debut match ended up as the POG. Alright, can T1 get a clean sheet victory to get to that top 3, or can KT rebound in game 2?
Thank you, Brian, as always, for the wonderful translation there of the analyst desk. Interesting to see Closer picking up the player of the game there. We saw that he was able to get fed, kind of struggled there in the mid-game, but we kind of did write that off as some, I'd say, debut and rookie nerves coming in. And then he was able to close it out, at least, as we're going to have a massive sub coming in here. 3 different players for the side of KT. Yukal stepping into the mid lane, Malrong into jungle, Smeb into the top lane, with the bottom lane staying the same.
Well, this is going to be interesting. What is going to happen here in game number 2? This seems pretty unusual out of KT, especially after the way that game number 1 just went. It felt like they really blundered in that mid-fight, and that was really the beginning of the downfall. And we'll see if maybe they have some sort of a draft or something else prepared. I saw Kuro walking backstage, pretty nonchalant about it. Didn't really seem too upset or bothered. There also didn't seem to be a lot of review on the game. You know, normally when we walk by the team booths, usually they'll still be in there and they'll be looking at the replays.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Did not really see a lot in between the series, so perhaps this swap was just really pre-planned. Regardless, as Kana is looking for emotes to pick maybe for game number 2.
Very, very important that you get the best emotes for trash talking. And yeah, I saw DRX after getting stomped by Dalman yesterday. They were in the booth after all the lights were off, and the staff was like, how long are you guys going to be in there? They obviously had a lot to talk about, and then CV Max wasn't going to let them go for that moment. Whereas KT, yeah, just kind of very fluidly transitioning into the next one.
Yeah.
As they will be on blue side this time around.
Well, Karthus and Callista going to be banned away by KT-T1 with the Twisted Fate and Karma getting knocked away. See what KT are going to ban away as their final ban. It definitely feels like they're more just targeting T1 players rather than banning against the meta, as it is on blue side. Bard is going to be removed from the table.
Same bans as game 1 when they were on red. So, yeah, I think it really is just the team that they're going up against rather than any specific meta, although Callista, Karthus, and Bard are definitely pretty strong. Galio here going to be taken off the board. It does leave Nidalee. That's the one change from game 1 draft that was banned on blue side by T1.
And Volibear gonna get picked up here. It's probably almost always just gonna be inside of the jungle. Don't really expect any sort of pivots. Kana yawning because he is extremely bored after that game number 1 performance. He's not really feeling too bothered. We'll see what he's gonna be on in this game. As T1, 2 seconds left. Set being hovered. Does get locked in. Let's see what T1 want to do. You know what has really not been seeing a whole lot of activity lately is Ezreal has been falling by the wayside a little bit in recent times, as Aladios being hovered right now. He might get locked in, and he will. So let's see if KT will just try to now draft long-range terrain controlling champions, or if they're going to pick full-on engage and run into him.
You're talking about Ezreal, obviously aiming no stranger to this champion, and it also provides some of that range and poke against the Aphelios so that you do not have to go for a hard engage at all on this champion. Still need to see what will go alongside it, as Azir is going to be the choice here for you, Cal.
Yeah. We'll see what Closer maybe wants to respond to it with, or if they'll just lock up another kind of champion. But the thing is that Set is, in theory, a quadriflex, and showing any of those positions does narrow. Okay, it's going to be Akali.
Okay.
So we are going to have a mechanical battle here. Closer, known for his Akali and mostly his Aurelia, I believe is the highlight video that has received the most attention.
Yeah, but the Akali into the Azir. Seems like that will be the choice for him here. He seemed very confident as he picked it, so I would imagine that that's not going to be flexed. Wukong here, taken off the board.
Well, Nautilus also removed, which is a bit surprising. I guess they're thinking that T1 could go for that as a means to lock down the Ezreal and Azir.
Yeah, Nautilus, Aphelios together, definitely very common, so seems to be the go-to ban when only Aphelios is picked. And down to the wire here, Ornn is gonna be taken away.
This is another one of those champions that it can reach. Aphelios obviously gives a lot of scaling and power, so not too surprised to see it ban away. And the Queen, obviously, I mean, it says that you want to pick Renekton. Renekton, somewhat okay against Akali and Set, but still not the most ideal pick when you are KT. Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. There's no reason to run into Aphelios with that champion. And if you pick it, Ezreal and Azir just hate you.
Yeah.
So
also,
it's not the best defensive line.
No. Also, I mean, you could see the Set easily flexed into the jungle and then just go ahead and pick a different top laner to try to counter it.
Morgana.
So, no. Tom Kench, you hook my teammates, I eat you up, and there's the Renekton. No surprise there, I suppose. Even even though we're not always too happy with seeing the Renekton coming out here. Smev going to be piloting that pick.
See what T1's going to respond to it with. Now, they could just pick a jungler and put Set top lane. That would definitely still be an option, but no. They're... Oh, Camille being hovered, and she will be locked in. So, now we're in the swap phase of the champ select. There is a lot of hard-on engage by Akali and Camille. They have a little bit less potency to 1-3-1, given that they are on red team. KT, though, the Tom, Volibear, and Renekton not really doing a whole lot of justice to the Azir and the Ezreal, and it does feel a little bit weird. And
yeah, I mean, if they get behind, it's like they're not going to be having too much of a fun time. I feel like Aphelios can kind of just laugh at them as they run straight into him. And with the lack of synergy with the composition, it's definitely going to be a little bit frustrating. The Renekton, you can get a little bit tankier as the game comes along, but he's not necessarily going to be as strong as he will be earlier on in the game.
And UCal on the Azir. Let's see what he can do here in the mid lane against the Akali. In a weird turn of events, it feels like KT's team composition, it's going to be interesting to see how it fares up against T1, because I feel like there is a lot of closeness between the two, and in moments like that, I think you always just give the edge over to T1. So, closer on the Akali is going to be integral to this game, and we'll see what they can do with it.
Very curious to see if Akali can actually get some work done, especially for Closer, who is the new guy on the block here for T1. Obviously a big story, replacing Faker for today's games and having a good performance, a POG-winning performance in game number 1. And we've seen some Akalis, namely Faker has played some Akali himself. I want to take a look at it. Yeah, it was just the one game where he did struggle, of course, did take the loss. But Closer looking to shore up some of the Akali win rates here in the LCK.
We'll see if he can get a double player of the game performance. Akali is definitely the champion that can help you do that, especially in this lane matchup. Things can be set up for that. Quite nice. And we're taking a look at all the runes. Nothing really too surprising here coming out.
Yeah, I don't really see anything too out of the ordinary on here. No scorches or anything like that taken. Not too much sinning. A lot of yellow on the side of KT.
Yeah.
But that's to be expected with the champions that they have picked. And I also just want to see more action in this game. If we could get, just a little bit more. Take a look at this win rate. How many times have we seen Renekton try to come into the lane and, try to counter, quote-unquote, the Camille, when the Camille is 18-4
yeah, I mean,
in the matchup?
The interesting thing is it almost feels like, especially in the LCK, the teams that draft Camille, she's much more of a scaling champion. And well, you know how we feel about Renekton.
Yeah,
so
we all know about that.
There is a interesting thing coming out sometime next week about Renekton. There was also the Reddit thread about him recently, about teams that pick him across the various regions and what ends up being the case in the majority of games. So that was a very interesting read. KT obviously blinded him here and Kana elected into the Camille. So we'll see what ends up happening. I feel like he's been doing pretty good so far here today.
Yeah. He gave his vote to him for his flat performance in game number 1. And we did see a lot more Camille coming up in recent times, to the point where teams were like, is this champion just good enough that we can just straight up blind pick it? And didn't have too much success there, but I think the context of the games was important as well, and the teams that were picking it up. And So now we've kind of, sat back and gone back to just straight up, counter-picking Camille rather than just blinding it early on in the pick ban phase.
And I think in this game in particular, both Camille and Akali, it's not super easy for KT to really hold them down, even though they have Ezreal and Azir. The surrounding pieces that are meant to protect these champions are pretty lackluster. So even though there's a Tom 10...
big trade up here. Smeb is going to get swept as well. Kana on the run, but here comes Malrang, going to flash on in, trades it there as Cuz not able to close the gap, get any face breakers or anything like that, so it is just going to end up being a trade in flashes.
And one of the interesting things here is Malrang living up to his old tradition. He's looking to sin. He gets spotted out on a ward, however, and so now he's going to waste a lot of time potentially. No, actually immediately backs off and then recalls. And so now everyone knows where he's going to be for the foreseeable future. And the reason that Camille actually still channels the recall is has to respect that Volibear still might be completely sinning out of his mind, and they might try to coordinate some sort of a weird sort of dive if Camille is missing any amount of HP. So just recalls, picks up the double Doran's Blade, has the refillable potion as well, in a much better lane state than that of Renekton. Closer doing a very good job at sustaining so far in this lane. UCal is up a bit in the CS department, but it's not the end of the world. It's how the lane tends to go. Double teleport, so we shouldn't expect a whole lot. Mountain Dragon, first one of the game. Pretty important pickup for both of these parties.
Yeah. Closer just farming it out. He's still going to have his TP for if he does need it. He's got set nearby, but he's still going to be extremely careful. We see that Closer's almost 6, so UCal should be very close at the same time. Don't want to get too close and potentially comboed there as Volibear does actually run towards mid. Will be spotted, throws up a little kitty cat.
And KT is going to be the first ones to start up the Mountain Dragon. Does not look like there's any possible response by T1. So it should be a nice little victory for them. And we're playing ping pong.
Oh, they actually want to get in there. As the Lantern's going to come in, Malrang, remember, he doesn't have flash, so he's waiting. Effort with the flash forward. There is going to be the hook, and I think it's going to be a trade of the Dragon for first blood that is given over to Teddy. Importantly, as he is a bit behind on the CS, there's a massive wave for him to catch, though.
Yeah.
So we're just going to go in on UCal, who was definitely not expecting this. The ult comes in, and how did that Q miss?
He still got him, though.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not enough, actually.
Oh, did not have another.
Yeah, I guess maybe he was low on energy, as that was extremely close. UCal surviving at, just by the hair of his chinny chin there.
Closer blundering with the Q. He could have just held it to guarantee with the flash. And so definitely UCal escaping.
Okay. Got Smeb in a little bit of an awkward spot, but Malrang is coming over. That was a really nice use of the Blast Cone, but he had to wait a long time, and now Cuz is going to pay the price for that. As no stun is going to go down onto Kana. Malrang can't close the distance. Here comes Closer again, but no ultimate, so...
Yeah, I'm not sure what the teleport was. Obviously, Kana is like, no, I have to go back top lane. There's a giant wave, so T1... Even though they just found themselves in a really good position, they get themselves back into a worse one. And oh man, the lane state is so ugly for Kana up here. This is really brutal because Volibear's in close proximity and Kana's forced to respect it, and he doesn't have flash. So set on the opposite side of the map. Let's see if Smeb puts the pieces of the puzzle together, and yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is, it should be pretty obvious, I think, but the stun is going to come in, and now Kana with hook shot down will be dead. And there were only like 2 or 3 range minions left, so
yeah,
definitely greeting out for those.
This is one of those situations where Cuz, his hand is forced, he must immediately go back to top lane, or else his top laner just can't play the game. So we were able to see that just by the lane state in top. There's no way for Kana to play this differently. And if you want to turn your brain off and say, well, he should just give up all of the waves, well, yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, sure, let's just do that and fall down 2 levels in top as Camille. And obviously that's not a good solution. So, a bit of a blunder on rotations here.
Okay, he's going to get the flash out of Ezreal on top of everything else. Aiming, feeling the pressure, and finally Cuz is able to get something done. Really trying to push the Teddy win condition in this game. You can feel it from T1. They're saying, well, we gave him first blood. Let's focus on, you know, Kana will eventually scale, I guess, whatever. We'll just leave him to die. But Teddy, that's where our eggs lie. And, I mean, he's able to get a bunch of plates here already against that first blood. And he has caught up in the CS, so should be expected to carry as this game comes along.
And we just take a look at this replay. There's really not much that anyone can do. So when Cuz dies here, his death timer, I doubt that they're going to show it, but you take a look at the top wave on the minimap, and that's why it's so doomed. I mean, this is a forced play, and it's just really unfortunate. Kana trying his best to get out of it, but not able to in the end. The kill went over to Smeb.
Yeah.
It's a 700 gold lead for KT, but the XP in some of the positions is definitely one of the problems. We actually take a look at it. Smeb 3,600, Kana is at 2,900, so quite a big discrepancy between the two.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 2 kills. On top of course, winning in the CS, based on the way that the lane has gone. And take a look at where Malrang is as well. He's just chilling on a control ward in the enemy jungle and saying, well, I'll wait until I see Camille again and then maybe just run top once again. He almost has his ultimate available too, so you could consider going for that kind of a dive as Renekton checks the brush. I'm just looking at the minimap here. And yeah, they're gonna clear out that ward. Will anybody be here to help Kana is the question. Nobody has TP, and he might just have to back away from this one. Cuz runs up top. But Malrang thinking twice, not going to just head in for the dive just yet. So Kana will be safe.
Well, Cuz is just looking for anything that he can really do, but he's behind his set, and when set falls behind in a Ditto matchup, things get really ugly. And hold on.
Oh, yeah. Okay, the Ignite's gonna come down here into the root, and there you go. He's actually gonna hit the Moonlight Vigil onto aiming. So yes, he does a bit of damage to aiming, but TuSin will get away, still had the heal available. And now we're going for it again. The root comes down as TuSin just runs into his death teams. Up in the top lane now, Cuz just gonna get burst down, and Kana's too low. Closer's going in though, over the divide and in for the kill. He's gonna get the one. And just like that, we see the power of Akali around this Azir. As now we're trying to dive onto aiming here. Do they have the damage? They've got a massive wave, and I think they're just going to try to run him down. There you go. Takes the Lantern and gets another kill, and so that Teddy win condition is still there for T1, even though the top lane is kind of getting ravaged right now.
Yeah, and that was a really hero attempt by Closer up in top, because it really saved the position for Kana. And we take a look at this. I mean, Smeb does get yet another turret plate, but T1 did bite back down in bottom, and that was super important because Teddy is going to be so crucial in trying to salvage this game. We take a look at it. Gravitum, Teddy uses Moonlight Vigil. It goes in onto aiming. And let's take a look at how this follow-up happens. TuSin and aiming, they're looking for some green flash over.
Yeah.
They sense blood in the water. They capitalize on it immediately. Yeah, I'm not really sure what. Oh, okay. Sir Grompulus not really looking to be bothered.
Yeah.
Right now. it's not really, you know, he's not feeling it. So.
Sir Kenshin's too. He's feeling pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
You can kind of see the way he's waddling right now. He's really looking for the plays. And seemingly trying to get some vision down with Stusin. Gets caught out and gets a big chunk taken out of him, but because the way that the jungle matchup, I suppose, is going, they're able to just move on over, take the dragon. They had all the vision in the river at the same time.
Yeah.
So even though they don't have priority in the bottom lane, still able to take that one as Kana is not having fun anymore.
Yeah.
Later the Rune King Renekton 3-0. And really healthy CS numbers as, okay, he's going to get swept, but in for the kill. The Q is going to miss, and Closer will be able to pick up the kill, but goes down as now Effort is going to bite the dust. You can see that Teddy desperately trying to get that kill to follow up. A nice gank by Malrong, it seems, down on the bottom side to net them a kill onto Effort.
And so T1, they're down about 1,500 because this turret's about to fall. Snap's gonna get. Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Did I just watch Renekton not kill it before the plates fell? I think.
Wait. Maybe he was so focused on denying.
Yeah, I think that's actually what happened. Because
We'll
it was 1402 when the turret died, but. If we take a look at the replay here, Set goes down. Kana looking like, no, we're not doing that. And Closer's like, yes, we are. Flips over. And then it was a bit of a buffet. And we take another look at this replay right here, too. Closer, yet again, sensing blood in the water, jumps right onto UCal.
Nearly dodges the knock.
Yeah. Follows him through. Ends up being a love shot, but UCal getting the better end, right? 400 gold going over to him, 300 for Closer. Let's take a look at how this transpired. Effort not able to do a whole lot, gets the box, picks up Malrong with the death sentence, but not a kill trade able to be given back over. So T1 in a bit of an awkward situation right now, 1,500 gold deficit. They do still have a lot of options to make sparks fly in the later stages of this game. Teddy now, probably just gonna not gonna let some of the minions die.
Yeah, like that's a moment where you would wait. Not like the moment that Smith did up in the top side. I really wish we could have gotten a replay there, but unfortunately we don't have a direct line of communication to Dona Strong. But that is all good. See that, obviously a massive amount of gold right now in the pockets of Teddy as they take down that bottom turret. He's 2-0-1, already getting started on a second item here at 15 minutes. And it's going to be good, I think, against the Fed Renekton. We'll see how it does up against the Azir Ezreal.
Yeah.
But definitely kind of a divided composition for KT.
Kana could have just froze top lane. That was a cannon minion with melee is there to tank. He has double Doran's Blade for lifesteal. He could have held it indefinitely, and Renekton would have been recalling. So there's no objective on the map for 2 minutes. That means this cannon wave plus the next wave that's going to come out from the Nexus in a bit, Renekton wouldn't have gotten any of it. An EXP or gold. That is things that T1 could do at this stage of the game to slowly close the gold deficit and recover in this position. But look at Renekton. He's going to run up to top. He's going to get this wave, and he's going to get the next wave that would have otherwise just gone into the void.
Yeah. And when you push it out in that manner, with none of your own wave dying, if you just leave it there, it's going to push back towards KT because they're all grouped up and they're going to get that first shot onto on the front side. And Smeb even could have just, sat there and said...
Smeb could have done the same thing because his teleport's almost up. So, a minute until Dragon.
It would have been a little bit more dangerous because there is, a little bit of a lack of vision in the enemy jungle, but he's very far ahead. But either way, we're just pushing minions back into each other and giving each other some farm. That's just the way it goes here in the LCK.
I'm curious to see if we'll see Leandri's out of aiming this game on Ezreal. I don't think it's really hit the LCK yet. I do see a longsword, but that could easily just still be Death's Dance. Going into that build doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be Blade of the Ruined King. And Teddy picking up the red buff, very big before this Infernal Dragon. Now, a lot of the gold that KT did...
Closer, a little bit of trouble. He's trying to get on top of UCal here, but he gets caught out towards that Infernal. You can see that the rest of his team was just, you know, they were nowhere near him. It's not like T1 were really grouping up, trying to make a big play towards the Infernal.
Oh!
That's going to be a nice hook, but Tom Kench exists. And Ezreal also exists as a champion, able to hop away. And there is the flash, trying to deny that one. The exhaust comes in, but both supports are going to do their job and save their teammates.
And KT, I mean, they're playing a pretty slow and steady game, and this time they're going to be the ones that are on the positive side of this. Kana trying his best to get this turret, but UCal is now here. Ooh, True Shot Barrage even doing quite a bit of damage to the Camille. And KT in a bit of a rough spot. Or T1 in a bit of a rough spot. Yeah, just spoke.
So I think Closer saw him going to the brush there.
Yeah. They end up finding him. Not a whole lot that he could do there. KT just very close, or quick, to collapse. Now, this is a few times over that Closer has really tried to do some heroic plays to try to set the stage for T1 to be successful. And on 2 of them now, he's really thrown it away. The 1-for-1 in mid for Azir, it's always better for the scaling champion. And not that Akali doesn't scale, but obviously KT with the position that they're in, things are quite good for them. 2,500 gold lead almost. Well, a little bit more than that if you factor in the Infernal and Mountain.
Yeah.
Stats that are also being given over.
And you mentioned 2,500. I thought you were going to say it was for the top lane, because actually that's also the difference in the top lane. It's the difference between the two teams, but also the difference between Renekton and Camille right now. 2,500 gold. And T1, you can see they're going to try to set up vision here around the Baron that did just spawn. And we're going to go in kind of a side lane, kind of a pressure game right now with no big objectives that either team can take right now.
Yeah. Ooh, and Kana getting quite a few Grass of the Undying procs. Over Smeb, doing a pretty good job in that regard. Black Cleaver almost complete for him, though. We'll end up getting that soon. And Smeb now just going to go over and get his golems. Not a whole lot going on, though. 2 minutes and 20 seconds until that Infernal. That is going to be the cataclysmic fight between these two teams. Infernal, I mean, if T1 loses the soul, they lose the game, 100%. If they get the dragon, they buy themselves a lot more time for Akali and for Camille to try to get to more items. Philios also as well, can't really be understated. And this is one of the games where, so you see the Oblivion Orb and the Sork Pen boots on Akali. No one has MR on the enemy team. It's really good to have all that penetration.
Yeah.
If Closer doesn't have the gold to complete into anything before this Infernal, he might just pick up Morello and then also get an Elixir to try to maximize as much damage as possible.
One of those
there it is. Well,
spots.
The book and a control ward. Not quite sure what exactly his gold is at, but he has a minute and a half.
Yeah, and we were talking a little bit about the Teddy win condition for T1 earlier on in this game. And it does still stand. I mean, he's still really fed. He just picked up his 3rd item, Phantom Dancer here, for a little bit more survivability up against, obviously, that backline access that KT have as a team. But, you know, we mentioned him. We also have to mention Aiming, who was, after his 2-item spike, already hitting like a truck, even with just a couple of Mystic shots in the mid lane around the turret. Part of the reason why that did go down so easily with the Rift Herald earlier on, about 4 minutes ago. And he's going to be a menace in this fight at the same time. So don't count him out, as they're looking to go over the wall here. Kana able to get a decent amount of value there before the fight even begins.
This is one of those situations where you have a Azir. You can try to just burst down the Infernal and Shurima or Emperor's Divide the enemy team from being able to enter. I wish I could draw on the screen right now. I would draw a line where aiming is right now and just close that off.
We're going in. They're looking to get that damage down. The hook comes down onto the Tom Kents. That's a really nice ultimate from Cuz to get Balrog into the backline. That's going to be the first one, and now look at Closer closing in like a shark. But he's not quite able to find the angle on time. So T1 able to get the pick off onto the jungle, and so KT are going to be very apprehensive to just run at the dragon at this point.
Philios, he has Caitlyn and Cog available to him.
Get Closer. Oh, spots him. Spots him over the wall with the scanner.
Sweeper is seeing. He might actually try to slice and dice over and then chain. But no. Oh, man. Yeah, and there's no jungler. So this is huge. It's really, really, really big. Akali loves Infernal Dragon. She gets dual scaling from it, which is so important for her as a champion. But it buys T1 an enormous amount of time. This is 5 more minutes for Set to finally get a second core item, for Camille to try to make it to her second core item. Now let's take a look at how it all starts. So with 30 seconds until that game-deciding dragon spawns, KT decides the moment is now or never. Leroy Jenkins right into T1, and a beautiful play out of Cuz to get the face breaker, superplex right back into his teammates and just get the kill onto Volibear. And from there, they were able to thread the needle very slow and patiently to get themselves that Infernal Dragon. And it's so big for them at this point in the game. They're only down 700 gold right now. And the Camille and Akali, again, because the defensive linemen of Volibear, Tom, and Renekton are not super good, they have a lot of value. Also, the clump up, or how clumped up KT should be in fights, Aphelios actually gets a lot of value.
Yeah, the clumpedness.
The clump. I wanted to say Humpty Dumpty.
The clumptippity, maybe?
Is that a word?
No, it's definitely not a word.
It can be a word now.
Yeah.
You want to make it a word?
That's what I was saying. Or
With
like
the power
Shakespeare,
of
we just
the
make up
collective,
words.
we can
Yeah.
the
clumptippity of the
clumptippity
enemy.
Yeah.
Clumptippity?
Clumptippity.
Okay, yeah.
That's the word now.
Okay.
Clumptippity.
I'm okay with that. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Teddy's like, okay, I guess I'll just steal the Drake then. Or not the Drake, the turret. And all of a sudden, it feels like T1 are really re-energized in this game after that last fight. Kind of proved to themselves that, hey, we can take a fight. If KT just runs straight into them, the Aphelios was getting value before. Now he's got a QSS to make sure that he is going to always be available on top of the Phantom Dancer. So he will survive and also do a lot of damage. They're looking to rotate up to the top lane. There's no vision in here, but Yukal looking to run away.
Oh, man. Well.
And, well, yeah, he's going to put down the Emperor's Divide, but
you're
that's
getting
not going to do
suplex,
much.
buddy.
Yeah, see you later.
Oh, no, doesn't get suplex.
And he actually gets the kill. It gives it over to Teddy.
Yeah.
And there was a shutdown. So that is a lot more gold now into the pockets of Teddy here.
And Death's Dance is going to be picked up soon by Kana. I feel like T1 are in a pretty good position right now. Yukal does have teleport available, so I don't think that T1 should get over antsy and do a Baron. That would definitely be a little bit disastrous. True Shot Barrage is going to come out and check. Does chunk a bit out of effort, and Cuz also puts the bone plating on cooldown on Set. As Akali's build a little bit stunted right now. We'll see if she picks up a Fiendish Codex here. Okay, so trying to go into Zanya's, and now effectively has the item. Because you have the AP from Fiendish Codex. Yes, you're missing out on the armor, not the end of the world. You have the active on stopwatch. So Closer is going to be basically the same champion for the next 8-9 minutes, which is a little bit unfortunate, but we'll see what they manage to do with it. Yukal just really overextended because he ran up into top lane to try to get those minions that were coming into him.
He really desperately wanted to push.
Yeah.
He just needed to put on that pressure, you know?
Yeah.
He wanted to really force someone to go up there when there's no objectives on the map. Yeah, it was a little bit of a boneheaded play for sure. And he paid for it. And you notice that he didn't even flash. He's like, no, I'm caught. I'm dead. Like, And it ended up being the right decision, right? Because he had the TP just in case T1 were just going to run at the Baron, and I think they could have definitely turned. It's not like KT are really behind in this game at this point, so. But then T1 responding with a good decision of their own to not go for it. But as the time just tick along, yes, the Azir and the Ezreal are going to be scary here in this game, but the Camille split push is it's getting better and better. You can see he's about to hit level 16 here, and he's honing in on that Death's Dance as his next item.
Really close to having it, and 20 seconds now until the Infernal is going to come up. Aphelios is at 4 items. Smeb is in no man's land. He's about to get the back.
Yeah, they're looking to do it again. Yep. And now we have Abyssal Voids. Maybe they can try to close in here. TP also will be channeled, and Kana is just going to nearly get burst down because does insane damage as well as Aphelios, which is just re-hitting in the back line, finally goes down. And Smeb is unbelievably tanky and super fit in this game, so that's the only reason they were able to go from there and actually have a couple of kills come through, but that is a big win going the way of T1 as now they look to push.
They're going to end.
Well,
14 seconds on. Hold on, let me try to... No, they can't end that.
Nah, there's too many turrets.
They could get it to Inhibitor. They could definitely go for Inhibitor, but I think making sure that you get the Infernal. I will say, this was the most value out of a Renekton I have ever seen in my life right now. This was Godzilla, is what was happening in the team fight.
Closer in the back.
To do so much. Closer managing to get into the back line, but just really unfortunate start for KT. And T1 really capitalizing, and I feel like they're stealing this game away from KT that had such a good game state. And really, it's all on Malrong at the blue buff, trying to dive onto T1 20, 30 seconds before that Infernal Soul for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah, and you know, we don't really know who's making the call, but he's definitely leading the charge, right? So it does make him look a little bit silly, as that's going to be a nice amount of poke damage going down onto effort. You can see that KT are not going to give up without a fight, but it's definitely looking dire. Okay, they're just going to run at Baron.
Oh, this is the sign of tilt.
They're like, you know, F this. We're doing Baron.
All right, well.
That Renekton, though, he's going to have a nice little angle. Spotted. He's going to get the stun down, and Closer immediately at half health.
Yeah.
Actually, at third health.
And there's not a minion wave in close proximity in mid, so Closer can't heal up with this Gunblade.
Malrong takes a bit of damage.
I don't understand. Why did you just let the Baron?
Yeah, they let it leash. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, you gave Closer a lot of time to TP back in.
Here comes Effort. That is a massive hook, and going on in, they take out the Aphelios! And Aphelios is going to steal it as he is out of there. Kana able to survive. Teddy's still full health, looking for the play, onto aiming. He has the range, and he's going to snipe him down from over the wall, as now Closer is going to lead the fight here. And then the rest of them just going to be on the run. Smeb looking for the stun, wants to try to get it. Does he have the damage? The answer is no. Of course it is Aphelios on 4.5 items. And maybe now is the time that T1 can end the game.
Not even Godzilla can beat 200 years. Just remember that.
Time takes everyone.
Well, I think that is going to be all she wrote in this game. Now, Malrong is up with Stormbreaker available. There is low HP value on Kana, but it's an Aphelios. So, the Baron enhanced minions, he's just going to jump in.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. He's just going to get melted because he is a 2-item bully bear. So, turrets are going to fall, and that is going to be T1
Closer
closing this one out 2-0. I don't know who to give MVP to. It's between Closer and Teddy for me. I feel like Closer, he went a little bit overeager in some things and almost blundered. I feel like Teddy was so stable and consistent in this game. Also, really helping to put the Ezreal behind. Closer with a phenomenal overall performance, though. He feels very different than when Faker's in the team. There seems to definitely be a lot more of an aggressive player, whereas with Faker, there's much more stability and reliance almost, in the passiveness and the willingness to dance things out, whereas you can really feel that Closer, he wants to be aggressive, he wants to be proactive in the games, and then try to go from there. Yeah, I don't know who to give the MVP to.
I'd say maybe give it over to KT's decision making. That would be my vote.
Oh.
But unfortunately, we can't vote for that. KT, you know, like, I think that game 2 wasn't so badly played, and even the Renekton was getting some value.
That was
just kind of interesting. It was like the evolution of Renekton. It's like Renectonius or something. Like it's got like 2 extra blades.
Renekton.
4 extra arms, yeah. That's kind of what it looked like, and they were playing great up until
they weren't.
Up until, you know, the day it all happened. It's like the apocalypse or something, and that's definitely unfortunate for them because this is a big game. I mean, T1 showing
Super
weakness.
big for T1. Yeah.
It's huge for T1, right? They get some confidence back, but it was really big for KT as well because, you know, this was their moment up against a weak T1 or weakish looking T1 to maybe take at least a game, but then they got 0-2'd.
Yeah.
After being ahead for most of game 2. So unfortunate for them, but definitely looks pretty good for T1.
I feel like T1 won game 2 in T1 fashion, which is just sort of waiting out the opponent, and then they blunder, and T1 ends up just being resilient, pretty much. But game number 1, definitely a lot better. And KT, you feel bad for them, but I think if it was any other team except for teams from the top 4, they probably would have won.
Yeah.
From that game state.
Game 2, at least.
Yeah, game 2, absolutely. So, not that bad there. Malrong also having, I mean, he's the reason they lost, but for the most part, way better than when we used to see out of him, where he would just sin out of his mind.
That's true. I think playing the Volibear kind of helps too, because it's not like he's playing Elise or Xin Zhao, where it's like, okay, well, you didn't get a couple of ganks, now you're invisible. Like, at least Volibear can still get tanky and kind of run at you and survive, which definitely looks better for a player like Malrong. So, yeah, definitely a bit unfortunate. I'm curious to see who's going to pick up player of the game because I'm also kind of at a loss.
I mean, for me, it was between Teddy and Closer. So I detract points from Closer because of some of the blunders that he did end up making and some of the variants that he was really willing to just play with. Teddy was pretty good. Effort, I think, is probably 3rd.
Yeah.
And then after that, I would say it would be Cuz and then Kana. That would be my ranking. But
I think it might be Effort. As we zoom into him, you know, Flash queuing a very vulnerable target. But I don't know, he had some big plays down in the bottom lane even, and some good lantern pulls. In a game like this where it's really difficult to pick out one player.
Teddy had a lot of setup, though, with some of the Aphelios poke that he was able to dish out before some key fights ended up transpiring. And, well, for what it's worth, I think if KT would have won, I would have given MVP over to Smev.
Yeah.
Which, you know, I mean, it's a little painful to happen, you know. Certain champion.
The B5 Renekton.
Does not matter all that much because there in the replay there to pick it up. And here it is. Remember, this was Godzilla doing so much in the fight.
Yeah. Cuz did a great job pulling him out, though.
And also a beautiful haymaker.
Oh, yeah.
By him as well. Closer just doing so much. Nice turnaround by Smev to eviscerate Teddy. Malrong just not able to quite get the damage. And remember, Kana made it out, so that was a very nice team fight. Now, take a look at Teddy in this fight as well. Throws down the turret inside of the Baron. Switches over to Draven. He's not able to do a whole lot, but he got the Baron. And they're calling to just get out. Moonlight Vigil goes out, swaps over to the long range, turns on Caitlyn. And then right here,
조심.
여기 안에
레인 있다. 레인
Man
있다.
versus ears.
혼내줘. 나이스.
Croc versus ears.
이번에
Croc
끝나면 안
versus
돼.
ears, yeah.
끝나면 안
And they were calling for it too. They were like, careful, careful, Renekton is there. So they seem to have a decent idea that he was around.
잘 끝내 이거. 끝난 거 같아. 끝난 거 같아. 오케이 오케이.
나이스.
아
나이스.
바텀에서 한번 던졌다.
자 킬가녀가
이거 각 잘 봐야 돼. 골배 풀어. 골배.
Everyone's
골반한테 안
bottom
지키면 하면 돼. 주연아 조심하고.
네. 네 박을 거야 무조건.
Just be
잡고 해
careful.
잡고 해. 나이스.
나이스. 밀어.
와
Push, push.
나이스.
Nice.
오.
아, 네 번째 용 때 상대가 그 나이스.
잘 끝내야 돼. 잘 끝내야 돼. 잘 끝내야 돼. 기어 테디. 좋고요.
끝내.
나이스 태사기
아 나이스.
나이스.
I think someone said POG Teddy.
나이스.
바스 좋다 이거
They
나이스.
said that the bus is good. That's a very common end of the game
Well.
thing to say.
Teddy doesn't get a disrupt.
Yeah, you think so? Because of the damage number?
I definitely think so.
It was 1,000 damage, basically, per minute.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he really, really did actually do some incredible stuff in the team fights, even. So
Yeah.
I think he probably deserves it here after looking at it twice. Yeah, there you go. That's pretty good. It's nice to see some new faces in the T1 lineup. Obviously, I think a lot of people were expecting Faker, of course, with T1 coming in. But Closer, in his debut, was able to show off his mechanics. Some of the decisions were a little bit off. He did look a little bit nervous, but overall, I think a good look for a new player. And yeah, Teddy's going to pick it up.
His first player of the game, 100 points.
Wow.
That is so bizarre to think about. 46.4% of his team's
Not
damage.
50%.
Yeah, this was it. This was the blunder by KT.
Yeah.
Really throwing it away. Cuz with a really good setup there. Just everyone on T1 playing it really well in that situation. This was Teddy managing to get the Baroon.
Was it the...
It was the
turret?
turret. Yeah, it was.
Oh, of course. It's always the turret.
Moonlight Vigil by Teddy. Helps to get aiming, dish out a lot of damage. Tom ends up dying in the river.
That's where he belongs.
That's where he is, but yeah, catfish, you know. He got stuck in the seaweed there. That's what happened, actually. Couldn't quite
That's
get his way out.
unfortunate.
Yeah, it really
Yeah.
is, definitely.
That's why we recycle. Don't throw it in the river. Gotta save the catfish. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting to hear from Teddy. We're almost halfway through round 2.
We are.
It's the first time he's picked up a player of the game, which is pretty insane. So I'm gonna hand it over to Brian. He is going to eventually bring us through this interview. As here we go.
Alright,
T1 taking a 2-0 victory over KT and hit the 8th win mark. Alright, let's meet Teddy and Closer. Congratulations on the victory. Thank you. Alright, you popped up in your debut match. Can you tell us what your thoughts are right now? First off, it was my debut match. I'm very happy because we got a clean sheet victory. And I really want to thank my teammates who contributed in this victory as well. Alright, you popped off as well, Teddy. Your thoughts? No, first game, my teammates carried me. And in game 2, I threw once in the bot lane, yet I think I was able to contribute heavily to the victory. Okay, Closer. Are you aware that you brought a lot of headliner on yourself? You're only 17 years old, and you must have had a lot of pressure mounted on your shoulders, subbing in for Faker. What's your take? Yes, I had a lot of pressure on my back, but I'm content to the fact that I was able to perform extraordinarily. What were some of the advice given to you from your teammates? No, I was literally shivering prior to the match. Elim said that this is a golden opportunity, so and your fate will completely change. So make sure to capitalize onto that opportunity, and I tried to do so. Well, this is why junglers are so nice.
네, LCK 최초
Okay.
03년생 대기십니다.
So
오늘
first time,
1위한 거 알고 계세요?
2003 year-born player has been debuted in LCK. Are you? Do you like to soak up such attention, or are you shy from it? It's the latter. I don't want to be part of the attention or spotlight. Teddy, what do you think about his performance? I thought he was going to get nervous, although he's a stellar player. However, he was able to show off what he's made of. So I think he did a great job. Well, the bot lane skirmish was very dire, but Zoe was able to gobble up a triple kill and turn the ties around. Let's check out the screen and rewind to that position. Right here, Zoe used as a ghost and then joined the fray. So can you please take us through? So the current situation here, I was able to roam first before Oriana. You feel something special, Teddy? No, we disregarded the potential TP place. So we were kind of on our back feet until Closer came in with his ghost. When we say Closer, it reminds us of Irelia or Akali. What are some of the other champions that you want to use? When the opportunity is given, then I really want to pick Irelia. And you also showed off with your Akali in Game 2, so I think most definitely you will be able to show off your Irelia sometime in the future. Alright, you guys handed over the tempo of the game to KT, allowing Renekton to get well fed. What was going on? Although top was consistently dying, we were able to use the diagonal theorem, so we were able to carry the tempo into the bot lane, and we were able to close out the game in the end. What did kind of say? He wasn't complaining about how difficult situation he's in. He just said that Renekton is well fed. Right here is where the Baron steal occurred. Did you expect to steal the Baron? I was kind of thinking, can I get it with the turret? And somehow I managed to do so. And we called to back off, and somehow everything worked out well. I think this was a very risky portion of the team fight, but it ended up well for you guys. Yep. Crocodile was too easy. I think it was the clear definition of what a bot lane carry is. And this is your first ever POG, this split, which we were very astounded about. What do you think about Ezreal versus Aphelios in the current state of the game? Aphelios is totally viable against Ezreal without Bard. However, Ezreal Bard duo is very formidable for Aphelios. For Bard is the problematic one. Alright, next. You're going up against Sandbox, so your resolution for the future series, first off, Closer. Alright, if I were to play in the next series as well, then I'll try to pick as many offensive-minded champs as possible. Can we see your Irelia? If opportunity rises, then I'll pick Irelia. Alright, Teddy. Thanks to all the fans that support us. I'll try to consistently grind out harder. Alright, once again, thank you for the interview. Congratulations on the victory. Alright, so we had conversation with Teddy and Closer. Alright, let's check how the standings have changed.
Thank you, Brian, so much for the translation there of the interview. Good to hear from Closer on his debut, and of course, Teddy shelling out all the knowledge about the bottom lane. As we take a look here, we talked about how this was a really big day for both of these teams. T1, they move one step closer to Gen G. They're only one loss behind them now, looking to close that gap and re-enter the top 3. Whereas KT, they take another loss, and they don't really have many more losses to give, to be honest.
Yeah, and the thing is that T1, honestly, they have a bit of a Honey Jam lineup coming up.
Honey Jam.
Definitely have a bit of some Honey Jam coming up. They have one of the easiest roads they can possibly hope for in their next couple of matches. They have Sully One Prince, Sandbox, and Dynamics. So that is very important for them to win every game, try to get to the 11 wins, but they round off the very last week of LCK with both Dom1 and DRX. So the Nightmare week is still ahead of them. Maybe they're trying to get Closer ready so that they have possibilities to use them in playoffs or something like that. That's what one could expect. But T1's going to need to win every single game and maybe even try to topple DRX and Dom1, which is really just seeming unlikely.
It's going to be difficult, but we'll see what happens in that last one. Guys, we got Sandbox versus Dynamics in about an hour. We'll be right back.
Night eyes in the summer heat. We took a ride and we drove.
welcome back, everybody. We are here for the second match of the night. Sandbox Gaming up against Team Dynamics. This is me, Valdez, with LS. And first series went 2-0, by the way, to the side of T1, who was able to take out KT. But now we're going to have a matchup that should be pretty even, just looking at it on paper, as both of these teams have had their struggles. They are below the kind of 500 mark in terms of their win rate right now, but they're both still looking for a chance to make it into playoffs.
Yeah, and I think that Dynamics, this is really going to be a very important showing for them here today to see where they really are stacking up. It's mostly between them and Sandbox, pretty much, to see who can actually try to make it onto the left-hand side. There's KT there as well that are running, but KT looks really strong, even in some of their losses. And coming up against Sandbox here tonight, it's going to be another one of those tests for them. How do they actually stack up against the East Side teams? And so we move into the points of the match. This is a must-win match to join the West. Sandbox looking to reach the 6th win mark versus Dynamic on the verge of 5 straight losses. They've been floundering.
Yeah, Team Dynamics definitely have taken kind of a plunge right now, and they did face off against some strong teams, obviously, but they need to try to turn their season around here. Sandbox started off with a win versus Dynamics in round 1, followed by 5 straight L's and then 4 straight wins. Can they relay their winning streak via taking down Team Dynamics, trying to get it all started again? Dynamics core, Rich, is currently sitting at 600 POG points on this team. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, and I mean, can Summit get through the King of Atrox? This is kind of interesting because Summit is the original King of Atrox.
Yeah.
So this is pretty cool in the sense that we could have a bit of an Atrox war over maybe picks. I think Summit has said in interviews, not recently, but a while ago, that he actually doesn't like Atrox. Even though it was by far his most premier champion. When we take a look at team stats, Herald percent is 3rd in the league for Dynamics, and Dragon Soul also 3rd. So their objective control seemingly is up there for them. When we take a look at Sandbox's starting roster, no real surprises coming in here. Again, big question, Summit or Plummet here is going to show up. Sort of like the Choki of old.
I guess so.
It really, you know, it's...
I do think that Chovy was even, you know, on a much higher level, though. Even when Summit was up towards the top. As we do look on the other side, they don't have any subs, I don't believe. Yeah, they do not. Just double-checked, and so it's always the same 5 players that do come out here. The mid lane, I think, is going to be kind of interesting. I think that Fate has really been playing it off, as we see. Goes straight into the key players here. You can see in the mid lane, Fate is #1 in terms of damage percentage. So he comes in and makes a huge difference to this lineup. He came in around the time that Yamato started, you know, consistently stage coaching. And the two of them, I feel like, are big reasons why Sandbox have been able to salvage their season.
Yeah, and we'll see what can happen here today as Kuzan, he's really been losing his groove here in LCK. He's not coming out with any of the unique picks or the lane dominance that he's able to have in Challenger Series. And with the rest of Dynamics really just having a bit of a rough time, they're becoming increasingly more reliant on opponents' mistakes in order to really stay afloat. And a lot of that team cohesiveness they had in the early stages, it's really falling apart. And what it immediately makes me think of is Sandbox of old, Dom1 of old, when they come into new splits and they really have that teamwork together from having climbed up from Challengers, and they're doing it and they're looking like teams, but as splits evolve and move on, the really stacked lineups and stacked rosters tend to just start getting better, and that teamwork and cohesiveness stops carrying you. And so the inability to contend on mechanical prowess and playmaking starts to end up coming back to bite them. So This is a super important match. And yeah, they're trying to channel Nuggery right now.
Yeah, the top laners and their massages. I don't know what it is, but apparently it gets the blood flowing and helps out in their game. Here's Yamato. He was talking about his different suits and what he's going to wear. Looking pretty nice today. He's got a dashing suit on with a very on-point red tie, you can say, for his team. Always looking sharp is Yamato. And there's Fate. Definitely one of the newer guys to come into the league, but really has made a nice little splash here on a team that isn't necessarily having the most success, but Fate is definitely proving that he is quite the mid laner.
Yep. I'm curious what kind of a draft we're going to end up having to open this series up. Obviously, Dynamics, they're on the red side. We'll see if they can utilize any of the counter picks that they have available to them. Obviously, one of the points of the match was about the weak bot lanes, and I mean, that definitely is one of Dynamics' weak points, is their bot lane.
Yeah.
As it's something.
It is. It's definitely been a thorn in their side for a little bit here. I think that when we saw them get up through the promotions and the relegations, Duckdom and Guga were kind of just carried a little bit. And then once in the beginning of the LCK, we were like, yeah, I mean, they're okay. They're not the strong points. But then slowly teams began to just manipulate that bottom lane and say that's their big weakness and really try to take advantage of it. And that has been the difference maker, I think, for a lot of teams up against Team Dynamics. So here we are going into pick ban. The Senna priority sky high.
And Dynamics, they're banning away Karma and Volibear. We'll see what else Sandbox are gonna elect to ban away. Okay, it's gonna be the Bard.
As it should be.
And remember, for all the viewers watching, if you tilt your head sideways, Bard's head doesn't really change.
Yeah.
His face is always looking, yeah.
I don't know how he manages it, but it's
It really is weird, yeah.
He's very talented. I've never seen anyone with a face like
Oh,
that.
all right. B1 Aphelios. I really feel like it is one of the weakest openings that you can go for, because we've seen it across multiple regions just end up in a complete, nightmare box, pretty much, where it just gets outranged, controlled by everything, and Aphelios just can't interact with the opponents. And it's such a commitment champion. And Aphelios is great. We've said it many times on the broadcast. He is a conditional hyper carry. So we'll see how the rest of the draft unfolds. Tom Kench being hovered right now.
Yeah. I feel like that's part of the reason why we saw the Bard ban. Even Teddy was talking about it, how the Ezreal Bard can be really difficult for Aphelios to deal with. Ezreal alone is fine, and maybe even Ashe alone is fine, but the Bard really makes it difficult for the Aphelios to maneuver around the fights. And we have Olaf, Tom Kench. So again, it's definitely comfort for the two players, but it's not necessarily the highest priority we've seen in some of the other matches here in the LCK.
And Dynamics now, the Pantheon, it's probably flex. It is in theory it's Quadra flex, but now with Trundle coming in, it is definitely going to be either mid-top or support. We'll have to see where it does end up. Traptal has officially been locked in, like we just mentioned. Right now, as it stands, I mean, Dynamics, they have a lot of zone control right now, and Ashe is having a pretty okay time. They have counter pick available to them in the support role if they want it. And with Sandbox being also short range, mages, enchanters, I mean, Dynamics are one of the Zyra players. So, in solo queue, they have played Zyra. Sully One Prince, I believe, has debuted the combo a few times. Zoe removed from the table as Lucian. That's a Kuzan special.
Yeah, Kuzan, Rich, both do enjoy playing the Lucian, even though pretty much no other team uses it. I guess Deft plays it from time to time. And yeah, I think banning out Fate here is not a bad idea. Maybe take away his LeBlanc on top of it if you're really just trying to target his picks. But the Zoe makes sense. And it will be the LeBlanc that does follow it up.
And see what the final ban is going to be for Sandbox.
We're going to need some kind of magic damage outside of just Subjugate.
Yeah. So we'll see where they go with it. They might just save the mid pick for the final selection. That way they can retain flex with Pantheon. And that would be one of the better options that they could do here. So let's see if Dynamics goes with an R4 support. Another interesting thing would be an R4 multi-flex champion as well. They retain some value there with Pantheon. And no, it's going to be Azir.
Definitely a bit more obvious where that guy's going. That bird into the hands of Kuzan. And so that will give a chance for them to try to counter in the mid lane. And, well, we might just get Corki Azir here to start off this one. And then probably a blind top lane, you'd have to imagine.
Corki locked in now for a Sandbox. It's an answer to the Azir. And Sandbox now, they have to choose the top lane champion. What is it going to be? Are they, I mean, I'm so curious to see if Aatrox actually would get picked. Okay, well. Jace being hovered. Summit might be thinking that he wants this champion in the event that Kennen or Aatrox comes out so that he can be wrapped up in a knife fight, but Ninja Tab Eyes are so effective now for Dynamics' team composition. It does look like the... Ooh.
Akali last second, and
yeah,
that's going into the hands of Rich. We're not going to be seeing support Akali or top Azir. Definitely very interesting. It turns that matchup into a much more knife fight type of matchup. Rich has to look for his... he's not going to have a lot of times where he can really go in, but when he does, he has to choose his spots really carefully and try to go for the all-in up against Summit's Jace.
And this is going to be it. There's no more swaps that's going to be available. So Dynamics' team composition, we're going to take a look at it one more time as the coaches do walk off the stage. So we'll see the Sandbox one first. So Jace, Olaf, Corki Aphelios, and Tahm Kench. This team composition is a bit all over the place with what it's aiming to do. They have some counter poke available inside of Jace Shock Blast and Corki, being able to poke with his missiles, but for the most part, they are really short range, and they do need to get to 2.5 items before they really start packing a punch. On the flip side, though, Akali, Trundle, Azir, Ashe, and Pantheon. So a lot of side lane pick in the later stages of the game, a lot of long range via the Ashe and the Azir, Trundle there to sort of act as a blockade. The Akali very off-theme with everything else that's trying to be achieved. So there's definitely some off-kilter things present in both comps, and we'll have to see how they utilize it inside of the game. As okay, it's going to be the pink Corgi skin.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think that's okay. And we had some cats there too in the ads for the Cacao emoticons and stuff like that. Cacao, for you guys who do not know, obviously he is a very famous player. But other than that, it is the most common messaging app, actually, in Korea. So imagine like a WhatsApp. That is Cacao. And he's just going to stand on the axe, declare this place to be his. He also took Scorch, which
it doesn't make sense.
I don't know why.
When you're up against a teleport opponent, generally there's there's very little that you can actually do if you're taking teleport yourself when you have Scorch. And so the Gathering Storm is just not going to be there in the later stages, so a little unfortunate. We'll see what Kuzan can manage to do in laning phase. Oh, he's going to try to steal it with an empowered Q.
And this is going to be really tricky, I think, for On Fleek. We're going to get the block out, and...
What the hell was he doing? What?
He's like, oh, it's in the brush. I shouldn't even look. Shouldn't even try.
That was entirely stealable.
Yeah. I don't know why he didn't just give it a shot. Like,
well, his mana was missing. He definitely did activate Q. I just don't know where he threw it.
Oh.
So that's surprising. Now,
I guess he must have missed.
Yeah, Kuzan here in mid lane, he's shoving wave 2 really fast. And so no cheater option is going to be available to him as the wave crashes into the turret. So now he can pull 3, 4, 5, but it's not super ideal against Corki because Corki's not upset with this by any means. And he's not even going to try to do that. He's just going to keep shoving Corki underneath the turret. And while this is giving his jungler freedom, jungler doesn't really care about that freedom. It's not relieving any pressure. It's not really doing anything. Olaf, I mean, he's just power clearing.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Beyond did come in here and take both blue and the Gromp. And, well, this didn't spawn just yet. So you see question mark pings go onto the Raptors and the Crux as, well, there's really only a couple places he can be right now. Unless he ran all the way down to the bottom side, which he did. But at least On Fleek is able to come on in here and say, well, I guess I'll steal your Raptors.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here by Dynamics is they should know that this is happening right now. Beyond comes down, clears out the ward. He's going to move over to the Scuttle Crab. Now, Rich's lane is in a pretty awkward position, knowing that Olaf is probably in close proximity. And you can see the incoming minion wave. This is very doomed. This is wave 5. And Rich has failed to crash it into the turret. So Summit should hold it here indefinitely. And then Olaf is going to come around the corner. He's going to tap Rich a little bit, probably get his flash out. And then Rich's lane is going to be in a pretty awkward spot. So here he comes.
Yeah, here's the
setup.
Pretty
forced. And we know that this is possible at wave 3. So this is just a feature of what's going to happen when you have these opening jungle routes. And if we're wondering, well, where's the blunder? Akali mismanaged her wave somewhere between waves 2 and 4. And then in addition to that, Kuzan doesn't just place a ward onto the Raptors. And that way you can have exact intel on the Olaf.
Got a bit of a 2-on-2 happening here. The flash in from Beyond. Really trying to land that damage and exert dominance in the upper river. Meanwhile, they have some pretty decent priority in the mid lane here as Kuzan looking to push them in. There are so many pings on a Guguru, who is on a ward. So you see Gorilla comes over, going to spot him as the Scuttle Crab did go the way of the Trundle after all that trading. You can see that's the Sandbox players are getting bullied a little bit.
Yeah, Corki is really struggling here in mid. This is absolutely okay. Well, speaking of struggles.
Struggle
He's
looking for it. Yep. See ya. That was pretty easy. Now they're going to try to get it back, but the knockback onto Beyond might just be enough, and the one bite is not going to come off cooldown. Here comes Kuzan, though, streaking forward.
What?
But now on the way is On Fleek. TP has to be used by Rich to get up to the top side and stop all the fighting.
Well, that was definitely a faceplant, pretty much, onto Akali. Summit finding himself a nice solo kill, but Akali does get the assist. So that is there. Also, Akali did miss the cannon, so that definitely can't be understated. Teleports come out. Fate ends up picking up a call, which is sort of, I mean, it's kind of funny because he's been missing a lot of CS.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, not
so far behind this early on in the game.
Yep.
And this big wave is pushing into Kuzan, who should be able to pick everything up. It is Azir after all.
Yeah.
Just get a couple soldiers in the back line, clear that out, and then you can just auto the front ones.
This wave is very interesting, what Sandbox are trying to do with it. So we take a look at this. Rich messes up quite a bit. And Summit just capitalizing on it. Runs in, kills him, teleport coming out. Beyond takes a bite out of him, autos as well, and then right here when Kuzan would give Beyond the HP back, I'm so surprised he stays underneath the turret. They know that they can't die. And so the teleport coming in there by Corki, a little unfortunate overall. There's no real way to salvage that situation. And meanwhile, now up in top lane, Summit, this lane state, there's not really much that you can do with it. So the question becomes, is you want to stay in lane for a while longer, or does you want to just insta-crouch the wave, reset, get a Dirk, run back to lane? And then at that timing, On Fleek would be on the left-hand side of the map. Blue is respawning, blue camps are up. Here we go.
Oh boy. This is just like everybody on the side of Sandbox desperately trying to help Fate in this mid lane, and 3 members of Dynamics were there too, so like, the powers combined from both teams able to get on in there and steal a bunch of XP away from the mid laners. But the mid lane still going really well for Kuzan. You can see that even on the XP department, able to push on in, get a nice little lead here. And I mean, it's 70 to 43, 44 CS. Probably going to be able to pick up these last 3. So now he's only down 23 CS before 8 minutes, LS.
Yeah, I mean, stuff is definitely going a little strange here in this game.
Maybe I caster cursed him. I think I said one too many extra good comments. Like, the one was good, but then I said again that Fate was, like, really performing well, and then all of a sudden, like, this happens.
Well,
must be it.
I guess you could say it was Fate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was really...
Yeah, I couldn't muster
I was on
much.
fleek with that one, I'll be honest.
Couldn't muster much else after that.
Found the route to that.
You've really hit your summit, LS.
I really have. Bit of a gorilla at Pillins, you know. It's...
What? What did you even say? I don't even know what you said.
I have no idea. I have no idea.
It's like made up a new sentence.
I went beyond anything else.
Oh, man. Well, we got this package in here, and Team Dynamics are just, they're kind of a mess. The slow on to Beyond is pretty big, as now he's going to subjugate, but it's too little too late. Now they have to flash away, and they leashed Shelly for the side of Sandbox. So even though their mid lane is getting absolutely crushed, now that Corki is 1-0-1 with the tier and scaling, and they're going to get this Rift Herald on top of it. So only good stuff on the way here for Sandbox.
Well, the weirdest thing to me, and I'll never get tired of seeing it, it's been so long now, is you have a scaling team comp and you make it a life mission to neglect the 4 or 5 jungle camps in your jungle and decide that it is imperative to get Herald. Super early on.
No.
I have really no words for this. Also, Rich taking a really heavy trade against
Summit.
Summit.
Package.
It was a good package out of Fate. Dynamics rotating here, but I just don't even know what's really going on. Sandbox end up coming here. They're probably surprised at what is transpiring. And so now Sandbox, they find themselves with a 1,100 gold lead, and what should have been a lot of stability is now not really ending up so much. Hex Drinker on Jace. Super valuable against the Azir, Akali, and Trundle in the later stages, you suppose.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely getting great value there. And all those flushes are spared for the mid lane. Fate is just scaling on up himself. This bottom lane has been relatively actionless. It's kind of been mostly Root versus Duck Dom, and nobody's really made a big move either way. Root was able to chip down Duck Dom's health, we did see the last time around, so a little bit of a lead was garnered there, but outside of that, it does look like Kuzan is going to have to put the carry pants on for this game.
Yeah, and I mean, in this game, as it currently stands, I mean, Kuzan is the most equipped to do it. As you can see there, it's going to be the Herald Enhanced Recall. Not going to actually elect to use it down here in bot lane. Dukdom and Guger, I mean, we're playing ping pong in the middle of the lane. Not a whole lot happening. Rich backing off of top lane as it currently stands. Surprised he doesn't just go over with double refillable Enduron shield and just take the golems as Akali. He even has fleet footwork as well. There's not a whole lot going on in the lane, and Trundle won't be top for a little while. So it's not like Trundle needs that camp to be up. It would be very beneficial to actually consume them and get them to respawn at a higher level for Trundle.
I was just watching the skirmish here as Beyond, he looks like it was his life's mission to force a fight there between himself and the Olaf, probably trying to defend those control wards, but I think eventually it's not really going to work out. And we do have the Infernal Drake coming up next. Does mean it's either Mountain or the Ocean. So that will be coming up. I think we had double Cloud. No, we had Infernal. We had Cloud and then Infernal for game number one. As in goes Rich. He's looking for the play, and he might just die. Well, at least they might be able to give a kill over to Kuzan. Let's see if it all worked out. The mega bait. Well, at least they gave the kill to the carry, who is Kuzan, as that Akali is really doing zero in this game.
Yeah, Rich he's looking poor right now, I'll tell you that much. As he's 0-3-2 in this game. He's getting a little bit excited. Definitely not a closer level Akali so far.
Yeah.
In tonight's series. Herald crashes into the plates. They're going to have a minute to get that last one. Hopefully they are able to get it if you're a Sandbox fan, but no, it does not seem so. They're just going to let Azir back into mid lane. Doesn't even have Emperor's Divide. I think that there's a world where Tom Kent just walks up behind Corki, lets Corki auto that last plate. Corki takes 3 Sand Soldiers to the face, backs up, and he's never in danger. He gets the 160 gold for free. I don't know.
I think the risk is definitely worth it at least. Like, even if the other two are there.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Take a look at this. Rich, I mean, he's trying to do some fancy footwork. Summit was able to kill him in the end. No, this is more beneficial for Akali, all things considered, because she has more potency the later the game goes on than a Jace would, but it still does suck if you are the Akali player, because you're obviously blundering.
1,200 gold ahead is the Jace in the top lane. And so that Jace, you know, we've seen this before too, where Jaces just get way out of hand and they stack that lethality before the enemy can build any armor. And, I mean, you look at the enemy, they don't have a tank top. They have a Trundle who can build armor, but... And I guess there's going to be a lot of Ninja Tabi, as you mentioned. But either way, we're going to have a fight here as the slows are coming in, and now everybody's just going to be cut off. They're trying to get on top of the Corki, but a big Devour comes in as Fate is going to survive. And in goes the Olaf, just smacking heads. And this is a big disaster for Team Dynamics. Over the wall goes Summit, as they were so set on taking that fight. They just needed to take it, and unfortunately they got punished. Sandbox able to shut him down.
Yeah, and I mean, Rich is just having one of the roughest games I think that we've seen him have in LCK. Oh, Sir Thomas.
Sir Gorilla. Oh, he even tanks the turret. Wait, why is Guger here? He's actually going to get the kill on the Olaf.
Yeah.
Nice.
Did get one kill, but it doesn't matter. This is definitely all she wrote here in this game. It is a 7,000 gold lead almost.
Wow.
At this point, I cannot know 5. Well, if you factor in the turret just goes down and the Infernal Drake, add it all together.
Okay, yeah.
Perfect.
Actually, 5 hit.
Yeah.
Mathematics. Well done. So break this down. Why did they fight here?
Well, Moonlight Vigil ends up whiffing. The package is parting the Red Sea, so we got Moses on Corki over here. Rich goes over the wall, and I mean, Rich, I have no idea what he's doing at any point in the game.
Did you see Dukdom just standing
like
on
he
the
does
package the entire time? That's why he was so low that Olaf was just able to flash on top of him.
Perhaps
he didn't even take any other damage.
Have you seen the damage Corki's package does?
Yeah, it's massive.
It is one of the strongest abilities in the entire game. And what a good hold by Gorilla, honestly. Let's take a look at this from Summit's perspective. Says yeah.
어.
Yeah.
얘 W 사라졌거든요? 어. 야, 나 이거 볼게. 에? 봐봐. 나이스.
Say nice.
Yeah.
Perfect.
He's very curt with his
Yeah.
replies.
And take a look at his itemization. It's very good for the game as well. Yumu's, Hex Drinker, and Merc Treads against this dynamic team comp. And right after they raise this turret, gold lead extends even further. Almost at exactly 7,000. About 6.5 right now. A little bit of ping pong going back and forth. There's a lot of jungle camps that are still up to be consumed. Trinity Force and Monomune already completed for Fate. He'll be at his spike quite soon. And I really don't see a world where, unless Kuzan gets a multi-man Emperor's Divide into a Akali ultimate and a multi-man 5-point strike while having Pantheon also thrust his spear into about 3 people at once.
Wow.
With Ashe having a volley hit 3 people at once. A world where Dynamics wins this.
And no, I think there's nothing else actually. Maybe Runons for Ashe as well, and she's autoing.
The interesting thing about this game in particular, and we'll see if it happens in game number 2, is the team comps never really came to fruition. Everything was falling apart in laning phase.
Yeah.
There was a million disasters going on.
This is like the Renekton drafting team's dream. They just want every game to go that way with their Renekton winning lane. The solo queue dream.
We did have Godzilla earlier here today.
That's true. I shouldn't talk badly about Godzilla after his performance earlier.
I'm so surprised. That name has never been used in League of Legends, I don't think. It was used in StarCraft. There's a player named Godzilla.
No.
Super.
In terms of like IDs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
There's also King Kong.
I guess they're trying to be creative. You know, they don't want to take another person's idea. All right, here's the flank. Oh wait, no, I'm just kidding. Rich not going to flank. He knows what's good for him. He did pick up his gunblade, but got to be careful. Oh, just going to stick around.
Yeah.
Farm it out even more.
Wave. He probably needs an item if he's doing this, I'm assuming, or he just thinks that no one is going to be at mid in time. Dog looks very happy.
Yeah, I don't think dogs one-shot chomp bones.
They do. That dog does.
That's not the way
it's a breed
that
you don't
eat
quite
bones.
understand, Valdez. That's the real issue.
That kind of reminded me of like a dolphin jumping for food or something.
Oh,
not, not like a dog, but I wouldn't know, I guess. I'm a cat owner.
Well.
So.
That's fine.
Yeah. The package comes back. Package has been a big star this game. I feel like if we can give the Pog to anyone,
it would be
probably the package.
Yeah, or the dog.
Well, I mean, he's very talented at eating bones.
Yeah, he is.
That's about it. But yeah, the package you remember at the Rift Herald up top side, and the package to basically 100-0 Duck Dom.
Yeah, I think the package is best in show. Or well, the Corgi is for sure.
Best in show.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no Nasus here.
That is
true.
true.
To challenge.
Susan,
yeah, sorry.
As Dynamics, I mean, they don't really have anything to do at this point. They can try to just keep farming up, but Akali is so stunted. Ashe is useless in her current state relative to the opponents. One of the other things that is underappreciated right now is the level lead across all the champions. You have 1 in support, 1 in AD carry. I believe Fate is ahead, even though they're currently tied on EXP. You have 1 in jungle, and then you have 2 in top lane. So that is a lot of base levels that just give a lot of extra freedom over to Sandbox. It's not just the skill points, it's the HP that helps invalidate some ability presses or even autos out of the opponent. Makes the fights a lot more difficult.
Yeah, it's especially because you're getting multiple stats with every level up, not just one or anything like that. You can see that there was a lot of MR being built on the side of Sandbox, and the second item, Void Staff, comes out from Kuzan. So at least we have some intelligent itemization. Kuzan, though, he hasn't been having the best game, so even though he builds the Void Staff, it hasn't been such a good look here in game number 1 for him, as they're just going to walk up to a turret and basically take it here. Summit says, well, I'll grab it, I guess. And they're only 1 Drake off of the Mountain Soul on top of all of their resistances that they have been stacking. I mean, this Azir can only carry so much, but if you're going up against Mountain Soul with everybody that has MR,
yeah, I mean,
it's not going to be easy.
This game is looking super doomed right now if you are a Dynamics fan. Looks like Rich is going to come in here. He's going to try. Oh,
okay.
Honestly, it's just leave it to closer, okay?
You know, I think he's
leave it
just.
to closer.
He's just trying to provide some fun to the audience.
That's funny you say that. I just
there's
no audience here.
Not the live audience, but maybe to
this
the
might
staff.
be why. Actually, you know, like
you know, he's 0-4. He's like, well, I mean, I have a lot of burst, and Corki doesn't have any MR, so.
Well,
there is that. You can say, well, maybe I can actually do something to this guy at least.
Well, in a minute and a half, I think that Dynamics is going to get the bad news. Now, hopefully, Sandbox have a bit more awareness than KT did earlier on. The 4th Dragon, interestingly enough, let me tell you, because KT didn't seem to get this earlier.
Okay.
When you get it, you actually get the soul. The
Wait,
soul
well,
makes
what's that?
Well, it makes it very hard to lose the game.
Oh.
So, at the soul, it would be quite nice to just burst that down as fast as possible if you have a package on Corki. Maybe just park the sea and don't let them cross over it. Make it as difficult as possible. Get that, take the team fight, and it's a free win.
Wow. It kind of sounded like you said possible.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like for the dog. So I appreciate your effort there. They're just going to do Baron. You see this Genshin move? It's like, yeah, get the hell out of here. Like, you're not doing Baron, guys.
So they were trying to cheese it. It was not going to work out here today. It's almost a 10,000 gold lead, 9K. But if you factor in Mountain and Infernal, it's over.
Yeah.
10. So this game is absolutely, positively doomed for Dynamics. And I don't know really what to expect in a game number 2. They didn't utilize their counter picks on red side. It's a magnificent thing. And then in addition to that, I don't know what kind of a matchup Rich is really hoping to get. I also don't know why he didn't take Aatrox when it was available to him. Obviously, Jace Aatrox is a bit of an old matchup that I'm sure both of them have played many times. But it surely would have been easier for him to pilot than Akali into Jace.
Yeah, I mean, especially after we saw the way he was playing it. Like, he's an Aatrox master. We don't really remember him for his Akali play, especially after this game. So that's the other confusing thing about it, where there's so much focus on taking comfort picks and stuff like that, but he just went kind of like off the rails. Okay. And we're kind of just, now the Mountain Soul was taken, so we're kind of just watching Sandbox slowly take the game.
Yeah. And remember, this is a game where everything was going pretty fine, except in top lane. Azir was up 20, 30 CS over Corki, with just amazing control over the lane. The junglers were both really not doing a whole lot. Bot lane, for the most part, was fine. Kuzan, I mean, he comes in, he summons the Sand Soldier, he's looking for something.
Oh, Beyond. He's trying to force a fight, but he's going to bait his team into an awkward spot here.
Holly, this is
not much they can do. Okay, well.
They're funneling in like flies.
Yeah, they're just going to try to give some extra kills over the side of Sandbox. And now with the Baron, you can see that Rich had a bit of a goofy smile on his face. He doesn't seem too affected, although Beyond does look very unhappy. And yeah, it's going to be a pretty straightforward win here in game number 1. straight up just winning it in the laning phase and totally dominating Sandbox or Dynamics here.
Well,
was Sandbox.
It seems like Summit showed up today, so far here in game number 1. And Dynamics, I mean, they're going to try to hang on, but I don't think that there is a world where they can. There's so many Baron enhanced minions.
Yeah.
Going to focus the Nexus.
They're just going to take it. That's going to be the end of that one. They're going to look for some more kills. Let's add to our damage and KDA. GG. 26 minutes is all it's going to take for game number 1 as Sandbox stomp them down. And even the camera guy is going to agree with you. They zoom in on Summit and say, well, that matchup wasn't exactly a very even LCK matchup. I think Gorilla also had a nice little play down in the bottom side. There wasn't much for him to do, to be honest, so I feel like I just want to highlight that one play because it was pretty cute. And yeah, overall, just winning pretty much every lane, other than the Corki, I guess, that got dominated very early on. But after that, it was a different story.
Weird definitely happened with the Corki, but Dynamics, I mean, they're losing over and over and over. And it just feels like they're not really managing to get away with anything. And Beyond's way of playing jungle doesn't really help them out that much in that regard. I mean, the random Rift Herald, I mean, are you out of your mind? What was he? I have no idea what he was doing. And it caused so many problems for mid and top lane. It also harmed bot lane too.
Yeah.
All of his jungle camps are up. Akali, Ashe, and Azir. Azir doing fine. And for some reason, just want to force the issue. Makes no sense.
Could have sat back, scaled, you know, even if the Akali gets a little bit behind, it's not the end of the world. It kind of like baited Akali into this awkward spot where she's like, do I have to try to help? And then she gets packaged and then dies, and it's like, well, that lane's not going to go very well. You can see that the damage was really heavily in favor of Sandbox here, to the surprise of nobody. Only 3 kills did go to the side of Team Dynamics, and that's it. No towers, no drakes, nothing.
And it feels like a very eerie game number 1 in the sense that nothing really happened, and yet Sandbox just blew Dynamics out of the water. So I don't know what to expect in game 2. Dynamics had red side advantage. They had a lot of good setup to get nice counter picks. Didn't really use it, and so what does that mean for their blind picks? I have no idea.
Well, the Akali blind pick, or not the blind pick, the counter pick did not work out too well. Either way, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, game number 2.
끝날 것 같기도 한데.
판테 5초야 판테. 야 끝났어 틀었는데.
아닌 것
아
같은데.
천천히 해봐 천천히 해봐 천천히 해봐. 해봐. 버킹 괜찮아 쫄지 마.
그래?
쫄지 마. 트런드 로플이야.
야,
넥서스.
오케이. 엑소스 넥스
한명
하자마자
죽여.
전멸 다 쓰는 거야. 나랑 동시에 박았는데.
이하마복을 던졌는데 글쎄요. 표시에게 일단 위험한데요. 홍래가 걸렸어요.
잘 그랬죠. 이즈리언. 예. 근데 죽었고요.
그럼 어떻게 되죠?
그리고 아지르 쪽. 지금 노티는 죽긴 했지만 자.
나 근데 노틸한테 어떻게 걸린 거지 이거? 이상한 처음 보는 게.
이 다음 어떻습니까?
블리치면서 나와야 되거든요.
얼렸어요 3명을.
어느 채로 주먹 달려봤는데 땡겨오지 않았고요. 그러면은 결국에
무시합니다.
흔들리죠.
결국은 소환까지 제거.
아니 지금 캐리아의 바드가 또 한 번 운명의 소용돌이 우제걸 속 콤보를 완벽하게 넣었어요.
지금 운명의 소리들을 계속 꽂아요.
그렇죠.
다 올렸고. 달렸어. 캐는. 아 바드 달다 미치겠다 그냥.
거기서 쇼메이커.
꼈고 앞라인에서 버텨주고
땀이 우 돌자.
최선을 다해봤. 그래서
트리플 킬. 이러고 쿼드라 킬. 이러면 캐년이. 이게 또 스웨디 맞고.
누가 대시 맞아주고
끌어왔는데.
누가 대시 맞아주고 다음에 존나 들고 있어요. 핑받기 그래서 마지막에
펜타킬. 그리고 넥서스가 방해됩니다.
센터 주기 싫당.
야 조직에서 펜트 안 들어가네. 야얘 쌍투식인데? 타워 밀어. 건배 미안해. 하고 해보다. 한 명 남기고. 쌍투식이긴 해. 제발
나이스. 부럽다.
펜타킬이다.
야 바스 좋다요 바스.
하고는
지금 눈치 씌었어.
저 앞에서 데미장시 먼저 그냥 들어가면서 자 앞에서는 달려가 이러면 커즈가 또 살짝 이거 앞라인 정리 싸움인데 맞습니다. 자 누가 들어갔어요. 네 그러면서 테디도 비루 전설 상황을 만들었습니다.
페이커가 조이를 잡았을 때 나오는 약간 앞으로 몸이 치우치는 걸 잘 활용했다고 봐야 되고
찢으면서 그다음에 발판 우리 발판 타워 왔거든요. 전자 완전 기회 왔어요. 발판을 끌어내요. T1 이게 또 T1에 한 번 더.
커즈와 칸나가 붕괴죠.
ENG 여기서
받아주고 있고요.
클리드가 시간 엄청 모이고 있죠.
그렇죠.
자, 클리드는 목숨 2개 받아주고요.
다음에 오른을 일단 막아주고 있어요. 위에.
둘만 해주면 됩니다. 제트로 둘만 하면 돼요.
그래서
이게
초발이 제대로 들어갔고
이게
Welcome to the post-game analysis of Game 1 between Sandbox Gaming and Team Dynamics. Both are looking for that fifth playoff spot. In the draft, Dynamics seemed to put a lot of leverage onto the bot lane, and also Dynamics did a very good job in terms of the draft. Taking Azir as the first pick against Korki is also a very good dynamic for them. However, in Jace versus Akali, Akali had to withstand her ground. However, she failed to do so, and the game completely tilted towards Sandbox's favor. And once things stabilized, then Akali could have just continuously gone for a 1v1 situation in the side lanes. However, consistent incidents occurred for Dynamics, and that completely negated the Akali pick. And also, Aphelios was able to develop without much adversities and carry the game. And it was imperative for Dynamics to take over that early game. However, they failed to do so, and they ended up yielding the victory to Sandbox. And here, the entire dynamics of both teams completely changed. Here, the champions of Sandbox, they recalled and then returned back to their respective lanes because they were having a difficult time, and Dynamics just should have taken it slowly. However, they realized that Sandbox had complete control of vision at the bottom side of the rift, therefore they went for the rift. However, Sandbox retaliated and got rid of Akali first, followed by Trundle. And then also, we have to listen to the voice comms to be sure, but I think there was a lot of disparities in terms of the play call. And because Ashe and Pantheon's laning phase is very potent, once they shoved in the wave and then rotated towards the Rift Herald, then such a unfortunate incident wouldn't have occurred. However, they didn't opt to do so. And once this occurred, Sandbox was able to propagate the snowball. And then this was the moment where Sandbox cemented their victory. And here, once again, the landscape of the top was already in heavy favor for Jace. And towards Azir, both Jace and Korki were constantly poking him to mutilate him. Dynamics should have taken the measures much more actively and decisively. However, once Dragon was taken, and Corky was at the back, but their decision making was very subpar. Ash stepped onto Corky's Valkyrie while dealing damage. There are a lot of bizarre moments and disparities in terms of their team fight gameplays. Although there were some losses in terms of damage output, however, Dynamics trying to get through this dire situation by initiating a fight. However, Azir wasn't able to join the fray on time, and it was a moment where Corky excelled much more than Azir. Alright, let's check who's the player of the game for this game 1. I think it's pretty obvious. Yeah, this Summit's Jace. This is his second POG. The other 4 champions were so-called insurance policies for Sandbox. However, Jace was able to. Jace had to gain control of his lane, but he did an immaculate job doing so. And no time was given for Akali to develop due to Jace's stellar place. And while going for 2v2 situations, he didn't allow Dynamics to regain control of the top lane. And basically, Jace just carried this game throughout himself. Although Jace was picked first, it was very impressive that he was able to propagate the snowball, because Jace is a champion where it gets countered pretty heavily. I think there are a lot of missed executions in the laning phase, and due to that he capitalized on it and he made the best out of it. Alright, which team will put one more step forward towards that playoff spot?
Thank you, Brian, for the translation once again of the analyst desk. 11 out of 12 voting for Summit there. And I think it's well deserved. I mean, he dumped on his lane really hard, looks great on the Jace, and ended up doing an insane amount of damage, the most in the game by far. Made that top lane look really easy. I think that Rich needs to take a step back and maybe take a step back into his Aatrox as well. I wouldn't mind seeing him hop onto Comfort after a game like that.
Well, we'll see what Dynamics can do here in game number 2. We're just going to jump right into it, I guess.
Yeah, no time to waste.
All right. Match 62, game 2. There is not a whole lot of matches left, Valdez. We are nearing the very end. We're almost done with this week, and that's going to make it so there's only 3 weeks left. 3 weeks of 4 games. And then playoffs are going to start. Beyond is looking tilted out of his mind right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's probably what it looks like to play Trapdoll in a game like that.
No one forced him to start that Rift Herald when top lane in a losing state and other people are recalled and back. So at this point, Set going to be banned away by Sandbox. See what Dynamics select for. The Karma pick is so bizarre, or the Karma ban, because you get, if you're thinking that Rich is maybe having issues against Summit and top lane, you can just throw Karma up there and pretty much neutralize any pick that gets thrown at her. Tom being banned is very surprising as well.
Yeah, I don't really get that. Maybe they want to take some power away from Ashe, Tom Kench, something like that. It'll be interesting to see what they first pick after a ban like that. Bard getting the respect he deserves. Banned over and over, as Volibear was left available because of that, and so they're going to snatch that up right away.
And Aphelios now being hovered by Sandbox. We'll see if they just elect to lock it in again. It does seem like that is going to be the case. Still the negative win rate here in LCK.
Aphelios Olaf seems... Oh? Thinking about Lee Sin. He's got LS on the mind, but it's not going to happen. We will see Olaf here once again.
Yep. So it's going to be another Ditto matchup. Ash coming in. And, yeah, Tom was the real reason that you couldn't kill the Aphelios, I guess. That's astounding. Astute analysis of the situation in last game. That was the real problem.
Must have been.
Sandbox now, I mean, they have their pick of the litter for counter picks. Ooh, Alistar. We have not seen him in a while. Thresh is pretty unplayable for Pantheon if the Thresh player has hands, which Gorilla does.
He absolutely does.
So you just time the play, and Pantheon can never get his stun off, and then from there it's just a nightmare for him to try to play. So, I mean, you ban the catfish and you get the spectral ghost thingy-majiggy.
Yeah, that's usually the way it goes. And they had many other options too. Jace, I suppose, was scary enough. They're going to deny that. Do we just see Lucian LeBlanc banned again?
Might see that out of Sandbox to try to just restrict access. But the thing is, do you really even have to ban Lucian? I mean, what AP champion is Rich going to play that is so threatening? Because if Sandbox let Lucian through and Dynamics actually pick it, everyone just gets Ninja Tab Ice. And everyone just gets a little bit of armor, and all of a sudden, all of Dynamics' comp is ruined. With so much on-hit effects, so many physical damage champions. Just be a pretty big nightmare situation. I think it would be very reckless for Kuzan to want to take the Lucian in this game. Silas is going to be the ban by Dynamics.
That's a very strange one. TF is not available. Obviously, that's not the only thing that Silas gets played into, but either way, not a very high-tier pick nowadays, as it popped up there for like a week and then kind of fell off really quick once again. Kennen is going to be the choice here going into the top lane. They're going to save the counter pick for mid.
Well, we'll see how Sandbox elects to utilize it, and if Dynamics is...
Oh no.
Bela. Definitely a bit of... Alright.
Salty run back.
Is this it?
Well, it's going top lane, so...
We haven't got to see a lot of salty runbacks in recent times.
That is true.
It's been a while.
But it's, yeah, I don't... That must be the only thing he's practicing nowadays. I don't really understand. After a game like that where you get absolutely just smacked around. Obviously, it's a different matchup against the Kennen, but at the same time, like, I wouldn't want to play that again. But I suppose that Rich wants to prove it to everybody that he can play the Akali.
Rather have Sandbox's draft 100 out of 100 times.
Okay.
Pretty much. I think Kennen has such great access. Even though he's red side Kennen's worse than blue side Kennen due to the layout of the map to the respective teams. It's still so effective against 4 of the champions on the side of Dynamics, and it has free access to it. The Zoe is nice for Kuzan, but it's very off-theme. And on the flip side, I mean, the bot lane does not actually have an advantageous matchup. They banned the Tahm Kench only to be met with a Thresh. Everyone except for Ashe and Zoe has to run into the Aphelios, and even if we're talking about Ashe and Zoe, I just don't trust Dynamics to thread the needle on the gameplay needed to really utilize it in a way that harms Aphelios. But even if they could do that, they have Olaf, Orianna, Kennen that have the abilities to just turn a gear and run in. Olaf's, oddly enough, kind of effective against the enemy team. It's a very weird day here. Especially for Series 2.
Yeah, I think we're both feeling that Sandbox are going to get a lead early on in the game, especially just showing what they were able to do in game number 1 and some of the blunders that Dynamics was making. And Olaf from ahead, especially against this comp, I think definitely could have some value here. So I see what you're saying, and we're going to get started here. I'm very curious to see how this Akali is going to do, to be honest. I'm very surprised that he would run it back.
Did you know that at around 1 minute or so, at the very top left of the map, apparently you can see which soul will spawn by watching the dragon that flies in the background?
That's not a real thing.
That's a real thing.
No, it's not.
I learned about that this past weekend.
There is no way.
Nemesis from Fnatic enlightened many people during that.
What?
Yeah. You can go and test today, I think.
Also, I don't know why Orianna took Scorch, but
practice tool.
It's kind of like maybe he's giving himself a handicap. Really?
Yeah. Apparently it is. It's a thing. So you can go into. There was a thread. I think it reached rank 1 on Reddit about a week ago. People would be able to check out. It's a real thing. You can know what soul is apparently spawning in the game. So.
Okay.
Look for the dragon flying around like it's Dragonite.
I'll see it when I believe it. Although we've passed the 1 minute mark, so I guess I don't get to see it. Maybe I'll just have faith. And
so gonna be a Q start for Guger. Doesn't that kind of look like Prestige Edition Pantheon?
He's got like a cool little crown on.
Yeah, he looks white and gold. Ooh, or is he black and blue?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, what? Maybe all Prestige Edition skins are black and blue.
What if all? Yeah, now there's tens of thousands of people that are like, well, wait a minute, of course they're black and blue. What do you mean?
It makes sense. We've just been on the wrong side the whole time.
Oh man.
And we're getting an in-depth look into this bottom lane. Maybe the Korean casters are talking in-depth about it. We saw 6 games of Ashe Pantheon. It's 4-2 so far. And I guess it just picked up its 2nd loss in the last game. We see that the Volibear is kind of just going to run in, say hello.
He got hit by the axe. He screamed so loud he tried to send down a Thunderbolt, but the weirdest thing about that, by the way, is he had the sweeper lens and just walked right by. Didn't even...
Yeah, I don't understand why he didn't...
Yeah. Now, what he's doing is he's immediately moving over to the left-hand side because he knows that Olaf is pathing over here. And because of the prio that Zoe has in mid lane, he's able to just come over and get the left side Scuttle Crab, and on fleek makes a pretty good read of the situation. And he's going to move down to the right-hand side. But the bot lane is the Joker card here.
Yeah. We're just one-upping each other over and over. And OnFlake says, yeah, I mean, you got me. And he'll just have to dejectedly move up to the Krugs.
Yeah.
So that's all he's got left. And, I mean, you can see if you press your tab button how many minions he's killed as well. And maybe you could say, hey, seems like perhaps he didn't kill his Krugs, and so they should know that he's going up to the top side and will know where the Olaf is.
So, I mean, one of the other things here is that now everyone's playing with map hacks against Olaf. Everyone knows where he is, so we just pay attention to how they try to play around that. They know the Gromp is coming up. They know when his wolves and his raptor camps will respawn. 30 seconds until that Infernal Dragon's going to come up. And aside from that, I mean, Dynamics, they don't really have a whole lot they can do. Hawkshot comes out. Scouting.
And they ping it. They're like, yeah, he's up there. They're a little bit late. I mean, they're like 10 seconds behind the Olaf, but they have a good idea with the respawns coming in that he's going to be over there.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it goes. The bottom lane here, you can see there's a slight lead for the Ashe, but that's kind of just Ashe things. Also a little bit of poke from the Pantheon. But they'll be fine. You can see that they were able to poke back very effectively. Ashe is now going to complete the recall, even though this is not a cannon wave.
Yeah, this
is
very...
He's gonna miss a lot of CS.
He's gonna miss 6. Now, Volibear...
They're all gone.
Yeah, Volibear's gonna run over and he's gonna pick it up. So... Not,
Well.
it's not like they're all just going into the void. Googer looking to make some sort of a play here onto Fate, but he has Phase Rush and Cleanse, so it's kind of hard to make work. GLP 800, and this is the level 6 wave, so one more minion, and Kuzan should ding it. You can see, yeah, there it is. Summit also has level 6. Rich is suffering a little bit, but he's almost there himself. Definitely down a bit, though, in EXP. Not the end of the world by any means. And everything's going really slow. We're in definitely the 3rd episode of the night for Forbidden Love.
Yeah. We're into the lull W state. It got upgraded.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had a bit of this today. A little bit of non-action. I remember game 1 of T1 up against KT. 2 teams that don't really like to fight too much. And early on in this one, I suppose, we're not going to have too much action. Makes sense, I guess, after the beginning of the series. Dynamics don't want to take too many risks, but they are going to rotate over here and try to push Root and Gorilla off the wave, and they will be able to do just that. Olaf up doing the Krugs right now, so not really in position to help out too much. And you see that Beyond is just going to get started on the Infernal Drake here and should easily be able to take it down. So not a bad start for the side of Dynamics.
Yeah, and I mean, Dynamics are definitely playing this a lot better than they did in game number 1. We'll see if they can keep everything up. I mean, Kuzan, he is winning in the CS department yet again here against Fate. And Zoe picks up a redemption.
Oh, nice.
So has that available. Pantheon is almost level 6 now. And Fate, it looks like he's just going to pick up the blue buff, I suppose, with the assistance of Olaf. Summit could actually take that and freeze the wave, but I think he left the cannon into the turret. There's just a lot of ping pong going on right now.
Yeah. I do like Dynamics, you know, being a little bit aggressive and using some of their priority in the mid lane to try to set up a potential dive or, you know, at least push them off the turret, off of some of the CS down on the bottom side. But outside of that, you know, we haven't really seen much action towards the top lane. It's just been a farm fest up here. They're pretty much exactly even.
Yeah.
I guess Summit might be slightly ahead. And yeah, just farming it out. No skirmish has even taken place. Finally, Beyond is thinking about it here. He's level 6, so obviously, if Rich could clear the wave and push, maybe they
Rich is trying to bait it. He's trying to bait Summit to go in. So he needs to take more damage, needs to get stunned. Doesn't look like he is going to do it.
He didn't even take that CS.
Yeah, that was very strange. That was... So when you're a solo queue player or something, you're in a spot like this and your jungler's waiting like that, and you know that there's no ward, you need to induce the trade. You need to tell a story that is convincing enough that the opponent thinks that you just legitimately messed up and took a bad trade or you misclicked too far forward, etc. And then ends up just engaging on you, and then, well, your jungler's there, so you killed him.
Yeah, but that story was not told tonight.
Don't actually do that.
Not.
You'll do that, and then next thing you know, you're dying and your jungler went back to his jungle.
Yeah. And then you blame the jungler, but actually, if you were looking at the minimap, he had already left 15 seconds prior, so you don't actually get to blame your jungler, but, you know, keep telling yourself.
Oh, you still can.
I mean, you can, but
you can always
I wouldn't recommend it. Here comes the engage now, but the Sun is going to come in, and actually an immense amount of respect shown by Summit. He's like, no, I'm out of there. Even though he did have the Ignite himself, still says that I have to flash just to make sure that I do not die here.
And that is a super small victory for Dynamics. Now, they do have the Infernal under their belt as well. Ocean is coming up next, and then the Doomsday scenario for Sandbox would be if a Mountain would be the soul of the game.
Well, why didn't you look in the top left of the map?
Well, because I don't have a mouse and keyboard at this desk.
Imagine if you did. Imagine if we had the technology. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Or yet. Sorry. Yeah, it doesn't exist yet. We're just straight up going into the Olaf here. That is not going to be close enough. Ragnarok comes in. And he's just barely going to survive because of the shield that comes in there. Meanwhile, bottom's pushing, and this looks like an entirely different game. Team Dynamics getting a nice little lead here. Keep in mind, they got the Infernal, and they have the Rift Herald in their pocket, so they're going to look to take it down.
Oh, there was the play by Gorilla.
Is going to go down first as the turret is, well, they're going to trade supports now, as now it's a 1-on-2, but in comes the Orianna. Nice flash from Duckdom, but it's not enough, as the follow-up flash from Root is even better, as Fate not quite able to continue on there. He's going to get hit by a bubble, as the minions are going to clear away.
Oh, Kuzan might be trying to
flash.
get a little bit frisky. Rift Herald's going to give him the kill.
Well, that didn't really work out.
Fate doesn't know. Oh, Pepe laugh. He does not know. All right, now he does know now. So that's going to be all the gold going over to Kuzan. And now Sandbox, they could take this minion wave and try to start
pushing.
So in the replay here, let's take a look at how this all transpires. So the execution, super messy out of Dynamics. Duckdom has aggro first, pulls away. Beyond doesn't get the cancel on the turret in time, and then right here, Root. He has Flash and Cleanse available. Take a look at this. Ash Arrow hits him. He cleanses when the CC almost expired, so not the best use of Cleanse. And then Fate's inputs as well. I mean, he almost got Beyond. I think that he should have been able to. And so Beyond barely escapes by the skin of his teeth. Kuzan was there to follow up on things, but Sandbox, they're down about 1,500 gold right now. Although at this team fight, it's not that unfavorable for Sandbox if one would unfold. They might not want to make it happen, though. Summit, probably very close to Leandri's. Yeah, I imagine that they're, well, Dragon's gone. Mountain?
Mountain.
I did look at the top left.
Yeah. Wow, actually, yeah. You just didn't want to spoil it, I guess.
Yeah, it was, you gotta maintain the kayfabe,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a real thing. Go home and see it.
Yeah. Well done. And the Mountain's going to be interesting here to see which team is going to be able to pick it up. Definitely, I think the Orianna is more inclined to take some defensive items compared to a Zoe. The two junglers, I think, will inevitably get some defensive items. Zhonya's for Kennen, I'm guessing, a bit more likely than the, well, you'd get it earlier, I guess, compared to an Akali.
Yeah.
And so it'll be interesting to see, which team begins to stack them up and tries to use their items to play into that potential Mountain Soul.
And at this point in the game, it's just mostly going to be a ping pong fest back and forth by these two teams, and then waiting for the Dragon to come online. Now, Aphelios does have the 2 kills, and so if Dynamics tries to get a little bit over-eager and maybe donk off into him, things can be really bad. We're going to play ping pong with the waves now, as it is summer here in Korea.
Yeah. The ice caps are melting.
Yeah.
The players will not freeze. It's not the way it goes. And you could see that Guger was down there maybe looking for a potential gank onto the Orianna, but didn't quite pan out, as now it looks like we're all grouping up. Well, I was going to say towards the Shirley, but actually 4 members now of Sandbox are going to back, so it's only Orianna moving towards mid. As everybody's just going back and buying some items.
And at this point, Sandbox, things are still pretty okay for them. Second Rift Herald is about to spawn. We might have a team fight over it, and all the core items are actually completed. So it's not the biggest doomsday scenario. Olaf's a little bit more valuable than I would say Volibear at this point in time. But that's mostly because of the supporting champions around it. Obviously, Pantheon is a little bit stunted still. He doesn't have his first core item. So he's just sitting on the Dirk and the Longsword. So doesn't have that vision control available yet with the, well,
Kuzan took a little bit of damage on the backside,
Yeah.
but he's got Corrupting Pot.
Okay, and Volibear getting another nice E-off.
So they just moved down to mid lane, and they're all kind of zoned away here, Team Dynamics. There's going to be a large chunk onto this turret, essentially for free. You can see Zoe trying to take pot shots.
Yeah, oh, I don't know what Dynamics.
Oh, they got the hook. They're going in, but that's a stopwatch. The box is going to come down, and they don't want to funnel into that little tunnel there. Oh, that was a nice escape again. They're just taking care of Zoe here.
They are making her a bit invalidated in this fight. They managed to repel them off of the Rift Herald, and so this is quite nice. Now, you can see Gorilla and Rue, they're trying to make it so that Aphelios can raise that turret here. As honestly, I mean, that one turret makes the game look so much closer in terms of gold value. We'll have to see, though. Volibear is going to come in here. I don't know what Beyond's obsession is with the Rift Herald, by the way. This is a 16-minute Rift Herald. You're going to pick up a 100 gold jungle camp, and you're going to ram it into a tier 1 turret, not probably do anything of meaningful value to a tier 2, instead of just killing all of your jungle camps and causing them to respawn and getting more gold. So,
yeah, definitely a little bit confusing. And there you go. Summit comes in with his own smite and says, thank you very much. Ragnarok's here, and Rich is alone, as the disengage was really fast as well from the side of Sandbox. And it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get in here and pick up the Rift Herald, actually. So there's not going to be much pressure with that objective that can be put on right before the Mountain Drake. And, of course, the 100 gold will go into the pockets of Summit. So it's a nice influx of gold right before this fight. He's up in the top lane. Looks like he wanted to get one more wave before he goes back. Maybe going to pick up, I don't know, maybe an Oblivion Orb at this point. We'll have to wait and see what he does go for. No, he's actually going for Proto Belts here. So wants to get that utility in. And the rest of Sandbox just going to come over and, well, not going to be smited. It actually goes down to the auto attack of Root.
but these are very big turnarounds for Sandbox. Nonetheless, they steal away the Rift Herald. They prevent that from happening. They get themselves the Mountain, and the Mountain can't be understated. Against this Dynamics comp,
hello.
It really looked like Pantheon was trying to crack that wall there at the top of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, joke's on him. It's already cracked.
I swear, one day that's going to open up and it's going to go somewhere. It's going to be like a mini game.
Imagine.
That would be good. That'd be very nice, actually.
You ever wonder if there's like an Easter egg that nobody has figured out yet?
Oh, man. Yes, I've
You know what I
thought
mean?
about that. I really have, yeah.
Which, it's like once somebody finally figures it out, it sparks a series of events to maybe unleash a champion, like a new champion or something that they've kept. It's like all done, and they've kept it totally under wraps.
That's actually a really good idea, by the way.
And
if
they're
it
just
wasn't
waiting.
a thing, this would be a good idea. There's like an Easter egg
Ryan.
somewhere on the map.
There you go. I mean,
that they're just waiting for it to garner public attention.
Yeah. Maybe you need like a really specific, like you need the perfect team comp to do like the perfect thing in like the corner of the map. You know, something that would just so rarely ever even come close to happening. I want it to happen. I want that to be a thing.
All right. I do too, now that you mention it.
Maybe someday. Maybe now that
He's in
the idea is out there. Oh.
Yeah. They could freak no. No.
You know what does AoE damage is the ball?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because of that, we're going to try to clear the wave as fast as humanly possible.
Okay, so not a whole lot is happening. We're finally sieging, but it's only 19.5 minutes into the game. And not a lot is really going on. So at this point, Sandbox, they're getting to freely scale up on most of their champions. Looks like it's going to be a Proto Belt second on Kennen, which I think is surprising. Because at this stage of the game, fights are going to basically be able to be guaranteed. In the sense that both team comps are just going to either run at each other. So no matter what, Kennen's going to get value in either way. On Fleek, I'm not really sure what he's doing. He's running out of Zoe, but not achieving a whole lot. We've been seeing some different itemization coming out as well from some of the junglers. We saw the Adaptive Helm in one of the games. We're not just always seeing the turn the lights out Warmog rush. That is very common. Beyond and Kuzan maybe looking for something here. Beach Ball comes out. Okay.
Oh, nice cleanse from Roots, but now it is down as the box will come down. It's a lot of poke already that's coming out here. This is a lot of why we see Orianna into the Zoe nowadays. You can just throw your combo out the second she comes in, and if you're fast enough, which all the pro gamers are, you can get it while she's jumping in. To say, yeah, I mean, you might land your poke, maybe you won't, but mine definitely will because I know exactly where you're going to jump.
Well.
Oh, the cannon.
Yeah, the cannons.
No.
All right, Velvet. 1.5 minutes until that
Oh,
Mountain
he missed
Dragon.
that one too.
Can you stop blaming him?
I'm not.
They should
just
actually
hurts
just
me.
give Aphelios the golems at this point. The Olaf is turbo useless beyond once he gets his next core item, and then from there it's not really of any importance, but Root's going to come up, push in that wave. He almost has a second core item. It's very important that he managed to get to it before this next fight. Likewise, Orianna, so close to Banshee's Veil, I believe. We'll see if Fate can actually get it. He only has 50 seconds, so basically only like 20, and then he can recall. But with them splitting up the gold in mid, instead of just Orianna getting it all, I assume that he's far away. So this fight in particular, it doesn't look like Kuzan either is going to be able to recall into Banshees. The items are going to be on relatively even footing, but I would say that Kennen has a little bit more value because Akali's inventory is also very stunted.
Well, we got the damage numbers up here. We'll see if anything actually happens. Trying to set up a gigantic concave here is Sandbox, but trying to move it now is Team Dynamics. That's a nice bubble.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess that works as, yeah, I'm just gonna come over the wall there as now they're gonna start it up actually, Sandbox will. I think that can be risky. Smite is used by Beyond.
Yeah, that was
gonna have another one soon, but not on time.
Yeah, you can tell that On Fleek is thinking like, well, he doesn't have it.
Oh! Gonna go in, that's a massive engage from Summit, but there is zero follow-up from the rest of his team. Where was everybody else? They're just waiting in the back, and now they might just be scooped up and put into the garbage here as everybody's going to go down. Even Root is going to get double killed by Zoe, who picks it up there. Kuzan will be able to do that as now they're going for this Mountain Drake, and they get one for themselves. A big team fight win for Team Dynamics.
Yeah, and this was really surprising given that Sandbox were the ones that initially had control over everything. So On Fleek starts it up thinking, okay, well, they just don't have Smite. Take a look at Summit. Now remember, he doesn't have Zhonya's because he rushed Protobelt. And so in this fight, no one was able to follow up with him. It was too difficult for them to get into the fray there. And so that Summit seeing an angle for himself without accounting for his teammates being able to follow up or not. And so it feels like in one fell swoop, just like that, we're going to a game number 3. And definitely surprising. Valdez?
Yeah. That absolutely could have been fought better. And it's pretty unfortunate because Sandbox were putting up a decent fight from a relatively weak early game laning phase. But we'll have to wait and see as Team Dynamics here. You can see Root he's got a couple of items. Maybe he can do something in this one, but yeah, just going to group up here with the Baron, look to take down some of the easy objectives first. Looks like they want to head towards the mid lane.
Oh, lost a Shopkeeper. Coming in hot here on the Akali. And so Dynamics now with the Baron, they're going to look to raise a couple of turrets. They're at a 5,000 gold lead, Infernal and matching the Mountain. They also have Soul Point going for them. Kuzan just in a very good position this game to carry everything away. Now, if Sandbox can win the next team fight somehow and get another Dragon under their belt, they can actually probably stabilize and we still have a game on our hands, but it's really looking like this game is very doomed for them at this point in time. Aphelios does not really have the items that he would want to really just go God mode.
He definitely still needs a bit more. Interesting to see what he picks up, maybe QSS. Or I suppose if not, perhaps the Death Stance is, yeah, just a slow and steady push coming on in here from the side of Team Dynamics. They're only one Drake off of the Mountain Soul at the same time, so you can see that they don't want to push it too far. They just want to take some of these outer and inner turrets and go from there. As Rich looks like he'll be okay. Summit not going to pull the trigger just yet.
Well, it seems like Dynamics are going to be content with continuing to take it slow and steady. Maybe just wait for the guaranteed soul and then try to close it out that way. They're rotating top lane. They have one last Baron push still inside of them, but it doesn't look like they're very keen on committing to capturing this top tier 2 turret. So all things are pretty fine still. And Summit trying to do whatever he can. Here comes Pantheon. Good night, Cannon.
Seems to be the case, but now he does have a stopwatch at least. That's a lot of damage going out there as Beyond is going to come over. And because of that stopwatch, I feel like he will have a much better survivability rate.
So the question here ends up becoming, is Kennen living there in exchange for not giving over the 450 gold to the opponents more valuable than him having the stopwatch at the Mountain Soul fight? And I think the answer is no. Because if you look at Akali's inventory and you've been paying attention to the game, she just completed Morellonomicon a couple of minutes ago. So even if she has that 450 gold, all that it does is give her an extra 15 AP and 10% CDR at the next team fight if she gets the kill. If Pantheon gets the kill, it doesn't really change his inventory at all. So the gold ends up being pretty irrelevant, but maybe that's difficult for him to think inside of the moment. But now he's going to be down stopwatch for the game-ending fight.
Yeah, I mean, unless he
has enough in the inventory for Zhonya's. But
that's really the only question here, right? Let's see. And it looks like the answer's no. So he's not going to have it for this next fight. And now, I mean, we're in a case now where Team Dynamics are even farther ahead compared to the last one. So they're going to be looking to take this. Okay. We're just flashing after Zoe's. Generally not a good idea. Kuzan doesn't even have to flash himself. Able to pick up the flash now from the Olaf. So that was just straight up giving an advantage to the side of Team Dynamics. Summit spotted here. He's going to be locked down as well. Everything's going to be blown to try to take him down as well. Fresh is going to be able to cleanse out of that one. In goes Akali, and a massive Battle Star into the back line is just way too much for them to handle, as Summit is going to get a huge ultimate, but he doesn't have the damage. And everybody's just going to get wiped up here, as that Mountain Drake will go the way of Team Dynamics after all of that. The Zoe, too much for them to handle. 4-0-3.
The Mountain Soul is definitely going to be all that she wrote for this game. Gold lead extends to about 6,500, 12% amplified resistances, and you take a look at everyone on the side of Dynamics, and they all have some kind of resistance going on, even in items, so getting a little bit more value out of that. But take a look at how this transpires. For some reason, Summit is, he's talking to the Dragon, is what he's doing. Gets collapsed on. Olaf, just full tank running at Pantheon, who just presses his E.
Yeah.
Phenomenal damage being dealt by Kuzan. And then right here, Root really couldn't find any angle to go in on. And there's just not a whole lot they can do. Sandbox, they're completely lost in the team fight.
Yeah, it was pretty sloppy positioning because of Beyond seeing Summit and being like, yeah, I'm just going on to you. And everybody on the side of Sandbox was like, well, what do we do now? We can't exactly just follow them in there. And they tried, and then 2 of them got slapped in the face by a Battlestar. So
Yeah.
that was kind of the end of it from there. And now just trying to get on top of Duckdom, but he's got his ult, he's got Flash available too, so not really going to be able to lock him down. You can see that Sandbox, they're still fighting, but it just got exponentially more difficult to take any of these fights from here.
And, well, Dynamics, they're starting up the Baron. And it should be a pretty easy capture for them if Sandbox try to contest it. They're just able to turn on them with very, very little problem.
Yeah, Summit does have Smite, so maybe if he wanted to try to steal it, but look at their front line, it's just disappearing, and now Root is gonna have to flash away from the ultimate that does come in. Trying to get on top of him now is Cougar as well. At least he's got a stopwatch, but they're kind of funneling straight in. That's a big shockwave as now Summit's gonna go in, but the fight was already over, my friend. And so he's going to go down, and the rest of Sandbox have to go home with the tail between their legs. That damage just not sticking against this team who is ahead with the Mountain Soul and lots of levels. And gold, of course, above Sandbox now.
Yeah, and we're just waiting. The Baron's going to be picked up. They should be able to end with it. And Kuzan, I mean, he's sitting there with his Flash available. Not a whole lot really left in this one, I think, for Sandbox. We just see what's happening. The Mountain Souls are so hard to chew through. Olaf is not a champion. I mean, he's a caster minion at this point, pretty much. Root flashing away, Rich threatening to kill him. For some unholy reason, Dynamics stops the Baron, and they come over and they're looking for kills. I suppose the reasoning that they might have is if they get a couple, the mid-minion wave is in such close proximity, they can look to end there immediately. But now with the Baron, we'll see what they do with it. Akali has Zanya's now as well.
Yeah, and they're saving exhaust every single time that Summit tries to get in there too, so we see that a lot here in pro play. Just making sure that that cannon has a lot less chance to do big damage even as he gets more and more fed. So there's a lot of these tools that are being taken away from Sandbox. Kuzan still with no debts on his Zoe and is being a huge menace for that team as, okay, the Moonlight Vigil comes out. Root trying to get something going, but the slow and steady push coming out of the Baron. Minute and a half left available, and they're just going to look to push 2 lanes at the same time.
And Sandbox.
Okay, Rich. They're really just diving in onto Root here, and I think they will be able to. He survived for so long, but it just doesn't matter, as Beyond is eventually going to go down, but we still got Kuzan, we still got Duckdom able to shore this one up, and they're not going to go for the end, actually. They're going to look to push bottom lane. I guess they're really scared about the Orianna still, who is available and pretty good at clearing some of the waves, but not necessarily against the Baron buff. They're going to take the safe play out. That is definitely the Team Dynamics way. And will they even get this? They're being very slow and steady about how they're getting in, as the Lantern will be taken to avoid the bubble. And finally, the inhibitor will go down.
We'll take a look at it one more time. I'm really perplexed as to what's going on. Pantheon ult goes in. His E helps him live for so long. Summit getting a defensive multi-man slicing Maelstrom off. And then right here, I mean, they have Baron enhanced minions. It's a Thresh and an Olaf that's full tank. And their Mountain Soul would come back on, giving them so much EHP. They take the super defensive route, like what you're, or not defensive, but the epitome of careful.
Yeah. I mean, the Orianna was available as well, but with the Baron enhanced minions, I don't think it was going to matter too much. So definitely looking to drag this one into the Elder. See what they can do from there. As, yeah, Duck Thumb's just going to get to work on that one. We'll see if they notice that he's gone. Yeah, you can see they're pushing on in, but Kuzan with blue buff is like, it's like walking into a machine gun, into a cannon as well. Here comes Olaf trying to get in, and he actually steals it. Oh man, he's getting in there. He's extending this game. It is absolutely not over from here with the Elder. They're going to be able to hold on for a little bit.
So with the Elder, they're going to wave clear, but it's really delaying. Oh, that is a, yeah, that's a sad moment.
Yeah.
The Elder, it would have been nice if they somehow could have taken a team fight, but even if they take a team fight, they had no minions in close proximity. They wouldn't be able to end the game. So all that it does is ultimately delay the inevitable, I feel like. I really can't see how Dynamics would really throw this away. Baron's up in 1 minute and 30. Let's take a look at this one more time.
He just runs in.
He just runs right in.
Do or die.
Yeah. Manages to get the steal, and so had Dynamics just got it right there, that definitely would have been the end of the game via the follow-up. But now Sandbox with the Elder, they're able to stave off some of the threat by Dynamics, at least while that buff does persist. It will persist into Baron for a very short while, about 15, 16 seconds worth of Elder.
Yeah.
As the Baron comes up. Summit, he's trying to clear out all the side waves. As the inhibitors, unfortunately, for a Sandbox, they do not respawn for about 1.5 minutes. So definitely some problems still present.
Yeah, they were trying to push out the waves, but you can see that Akali with TP is able to go down bottom side, and I think that Team Dynamics will just be able to put a chokehold onto the map here and make it really difficult for Sandbox to charge into the Baron, but they're going to go before Baron. They're like, we have Elder. We have to try to force a fight, but a great disengage comes in from Team Dynamics. And, I mean, there's no real hard engage. There's no Ornn to be able to try to pick someone off from a very large distance. And so now, Elder buff is down. And, I mean, again, we shouldn't even be in this spot. I think that Team Dynamics should have been able to just end the game earlier. But they're just so careful as, I guess they're just waiting for moments like that. But yeah. Root is pretty scary. You can see that he is really good at clearing waves, at least.
And on fleek now, even. I mean, he's looking to get a Warmogs. And Warmogs, it's really interesting. So Warmogs is when you're out of combat for enough time, you start to regen your HP. Which is interesting because Olaf, I mean, he runs in, he throws an axe, and then he runs out. So the HP is almost wholly irrelevant.
On fleek, trying to get something started here. Team Dynamics are going to pull off of the Baron once again, and that is just way too much damage. That should be okay. Gonna get the stun down as finally that Orianna will be punished. Summit is gonna look for it, and into the backline once again goes Rich, as does Beyond, and Root, he can't do it alone, even though he does do some pretty insane damage there towards the end. Gorilla with this QSS. Going to try to stop that one. And they will push in for what looks to be the victory. Root, though, looking to hang on. For a second, I thought they backed. For a second, I'm like, did they actually just back here? Root is really scary, actually. They got to be careful about this. Somehow, I mean, he's just, with his Infernum, he's able to clear the wave. And they're just not going to push in. They're like, no, actually, we need the Baron. You seem pretty surprised that didn't end the game there.
Completely just flabbergasted right now at. Maybe give him an extra item slot. Let him get up to 7 items. See if they can pull the trigger then on some of these things. This is. I don't know what to. I feel like I need to channel my inner freak right now.
Yeah.
To really.
You think so?
Talk about the level of play that is present in this game.
I just, this has been their problem, right? The entire split. It's plagued them since they started winning even in the beginning of summer. Like their wins were good and they were wins, but it definitely looked like at times you were like, okay, I mean, you guys won, you know, and we kind of gave them the benefit of the doubt as a new LCK team, but we're here and it's their 13th match, so still struggling to end.
This is by far, in a way, the worst level of play that I've seen out of a team that is this far ahead in the LCK since I've been back to casting.
It's been a while, too. It's been a good 2 years at least. Root, he's really trying. And, well, he's taken a big chunk out of Duck Dom. You can see that Gorilla is eating so much of the CC. He's just standing there. He's being a real trooper. And, yeah, I mean, he's definitely helping, I suppose, the cause of Team Dynamics in terms of trying to keep this game alive. We're nearing 42 minutes now. And they still can't seem to end it. They're just so terrified of the Aphelios. They just don't want anything to do with him.
So they're finally. I mean, the minions are actually achieving more. So
yeah, they actually are. All right,
here we go.
Here we go.
All right.
Cleanse nothing. He tried to Captain Jack it, but
minions have had.
Oh, Kuzan.
The minions.
Right. The minions are angry now.
Yeah, the minions. Let them do it. Let the minions in.
Summit says, I'm angry too. And Rich is going to take an immense amount of damage. They're tanking up in the front line, but that's going to be 2 going down. The double kill comes in. All right, here we go. They did it. They took a team fight. It took 43 minutes, but they won the game. Team Dynamics will take the victory, and they will force a game number 3. As I feel like I just watched the director's cut of Titanic or something.
I think I just watched the bloopers.
Yeah, the bloopers.
This was like watching the bloopers. You know how there's every region has like the highlights.
Yeah.
The bloopers of
I wish
the entire game.
Yeah.
You tune into the VOD and you're like, why is it 42 minutes long?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
They go to the booth. They're like, actually, you know what? Nah, there's nothing to talk about. Oh, Team Dynamics.
Oh man. Well, that was I don't know if they have it in them for game 3.
Do they have the energy to stick through another one? I mean, that was crazy.
Well, on the flip side, I mean, that does give credence to Sandbox's resilience in a way. So historically in like StarCraft, right, players used to intentionally not give up to just make the other player get more fatigued.
Yeah.
In your mind, you've sort of given up, but you're doing like the bare minimum to still like resist and be annoying. And the other opponent can maybe get tilted. Dynamics should be tilted unless they're not aware, which is even worse.
Like, let's go for dinner, guys. Like, we don't need to watch the replay.
I'm not. They didn't even go to the booth, so
yeah.
I don't know what to really say about that. Kuzan,
well,
I did give the MVP. I felt like he was the only reason that a lot of things happened in this game.
It's not even like good thing or bad thing. It's just like he created action by existing and throwing out abilities with Zoe. Otherwise, I mean, would they have ever engaged if they didn't get... There were multiple times where he got huge chunks onto the enemy backline, and if that didn't happen, I just wonder, like, would we still be casting the game? Like, going a third Elder Drake or something?
Yeah.
Because Aphelios with 6 items, he's pretty scary, and he clears out the waves really fast if you don't commit. And it's exactly what Team Dynamics were doing. They were not committing, so.
I can tell.
They're still preparing the, the highlights there. But guys, we're gonna take one more break before we do come back for the final game of the night. Stay tuned.
자, 이거 캐는 근데 이거 뭐? 야, 이거 보자 이제 보자. 펜 높은. 나 한번 맞을게. 네. 잡았어. 자, 펠리어스 절단 반을 천천히. 자, 와봐. 나 뒤에 뛰어. 뒤로 와, 얘들아. 우리 하나 잡았어. 나 왜 이렇게 빡세냐? 다행이다. 나이스.
아이고 내가 장로 스텔 당해서 쏘리.
어머니 나무는 이 동산 너머 세상의 꿈을 보여주셨죠. 그 꿈들 덕분에 누구에게나 반짝임이 있다는 걸 깨달았어요. 그 소중한 빛은 우리가 잠들었을 때도 계속 반짝이다가 가장 어두운 악몽을 꿀 때 밝게 타올라요. 하지만 이제 그 꿈들이 멈추고 어머니 나무가 죽어가고 있어요. 난 할 수 있어요. 이 동산을 넘어 용감하게 세상과 맞설 거예요. 할 수 있겠죠?
There's your first blood. Good lord, man! The dream is alive and well. The crowd erupts.
We're back with post-game analysis of Game 2 between Sandbox Gaming and Team Dynamics. Dynamics was able to pull off a dynamic game and took Game 2. They pulled out Ash Pantheon Akali comp once again, and this time demonstrated that this team comp is capable. Well, once again, they proved themselves that the draft was not the problem, rather the execution in game was, and this time they brushed off the issues, and then they were able to get the victory. Once again, Kuzan handling Zoe, which has a very superior range, was able to make plays here and there. So Dynamics in general, they fixed their issues a lot that they had in Game 1. And Kuzan's Zoe,
1
Zoe was popping off against his laning counterpart, Oriana. And therefore, this allowed Dynamics to grasp the control of all three lanes, which led them to victory. In the early phase, things were very even. However, Dynamics once shifted that equilibrium to themselves, get the natural buff, and also won the game. And here, Zoe was constantly poking, and Summit just couldn't handle it, and then charges in. However, he was marked immediately and taken down. Kali is a champion that can easily negate the damage output of champions that have no escapability. And Zoe's play was very immaculate here. Kali was disappointing in game 1. However, in this game, he delineated why Kali was picked. Once again, Kali negating the enemy carry's damage output was very impressive. And in mid to late game team fights, Kali excels very highly. Here once again, Zoe essentially carried his team fight as well. Kuzan's form today is on fire. He was able to pressure Fate in game 1 as well. Same happened in game 2. Here Kennen was in the front without any Zhonya's Hourglass. Here Akali and Zoe were able to pop off. Here Akali and Zoe both expended their flashes to maximize their damage output, and whereas Aphelios and Oriana could not dish out the damage that we were supposed to, and therefore Dynamics was able to clean the fight up. Once again, Dynamics champions were able to dish out all the skill shots to the champions of Sandbox, whereas Sandbox champions didn't have the opportunity to do so. And here, there was a moment where Sandbox stole the Elder, but it wasn't enough to turn the game around. All right, let's check the player of the game. This is Kuzan's Zoe, a deathless game. Even in game 1, if Dynamics executed properly, then Kuzan would have been POG as well. And this time around, he showed his stellar gameplay using Zoe. It's apparently showing off who's the king of the mid laner in the Eastern Conference. And here, once again, Dynamics just handed champion like Zoe to carry the game for them. And there were moments where definitely Sandbox had opportunities to come back, so Dynamics couldn't put their guards down. It's like a very crouching tiger, hidden dragon moment, going back and forth. So it was a unanimous vote for Kuzan. Zoe was impressive indeed. I think Kuzan's form tonight is on complete fire. Alright, road to the playoffs is not easy at all, so let's see who wins out in the grudge match between.
Thank you, Brian, as always, for the translation. And we are getting into our final match of the night. It is going to be the decider between Sandbox and Team Dynamics. Team Dynamics able to fight back over the course of 43 minutes. They finally got there in the end, and Kuzan's Zoe led the way. Now, we're sending them back to the red side, where they seem to they didn't really use their counter pick potential on that side very well in the draft. So we'll have to see what they do here going into game 3.
Yeah, I mean, the thing here is that the drafts, they're not really playing out in a meaningful way about the comps. It's mostly about the laning phase between these two teams, and whoever just gets ahead in the laning phase into mid-transition. So just seeing what ends up happening here in game number 3, I feel like we should only look at early game potency paired with jungle, and that probably paints a much better picture than looking at the team comps overall between the two.
Or, you know, both times the blue side of the map was able to exert more pressure on the Rift Herald. And both teams seem to love the Rift Herald, and it's like do or die. And it made a big difference in both of the games, so maybe that's all we're going to be fighting over, and that will be the big difference maker. Volibear is going to be banned here on red once again by Team Dynamics. They did that in game number 1 as well. Karma and Tom Kent. So TF is available.
Yeah.
TF hasn't been available all night, but they could just first pick him here. Fate looks pretty happy. He's like, well, I guess I'm playing TF. That sounds good. He's very strong. And, you know, he's got a good global and all that good stuff, good wave clear, but really his passive is like
His passive
insane.
is quite nuts.
Yeah.
So, this is not the TF nerf patch, which really cripples him. And so he's still going to be at that strong power. Ashe being picked up once again. Super early. Okay.
Ashe Pantheon. Even Googer's having a giggle about it. Third time in a row that they will pick up that duo. And they did it in R1, R2 in game 1 as well. So they're really not mixing things up.
And they're not going to go for the Thresh and just pair it with a different AD carry. I mean, the Ashe Pantheon wasn't the reason that they lost last game. Although they did fall behind. They're actually going to have a worse 2v2 duo now against Ashe Pantheon. So this is very surprising. And I think that if they're willing to drop Thresh, I think that it's more so that they lack experience in the matchup, and how to play against Pantheon support is probably what's going on. So they have a lot of single target lockdown now with the Twisted Fate and the Nautilus. We'll see what Dynamics want to do here. Mid pool is still very wide open. It's not important or imperative to pick it up right now, but Silas getting hovered.
Galio is another option, but you could definitely see stuff like Camille, maybe a Kennen banned out in the second phase to go along with that. So the Silas just going to straight up match the Destiny Gate from the Twisted Fate, although it doesn't get the same passive, so it's not exactly the same thing.
And we'll see what else ends up happening as Jace banned away now by Dynamics. And Sandbox, I don't know really what or where we're going at this point in the draft phase, because there's still just so much wide open, nothing's really being pinched.
Really got to take away Renekton.
It's imperative.
Very high value.
That you take.
Must be taken down. I was trying to read the lips of Yamato there, and the gestures, and try to figure out, you know, what was their thought process. And I saw him pointing at Gorilla, but that can mean a whole host of things.
Yeah.
Especially because he's helping out with translation and stuff like that. Wukong going to be taken down. It's all about the top lane here in the bans.
And let's see what this could mean. I mean, I doubt that we're going to see a... yeah, I'm not really sure. What were you going to say?
They were actually pointing at Summit, not Gorilla. That was actually my mistake, yeah, because they're actually on the other side of the arena, so...
Olaf now banned away. So all of the trio is banned. Volibear, Olaf, and Set removed from the table.
Trapdol. Not again.
Do you know his alias?
Trapdol?
Yeah.
Isn't that his alias, Trapdol?
He has three names.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He has Trundle,
George?
Trapdol, and Pillar.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
He doesn't... yeah, it's a little bit less common. But Lee Sin being hovered right now.
we've seen our host of Sad Gragas Bowling back when Gragas was big.
Ooh,
on the red
Gragas is
side.
missing still.
He's gone.
Yeah, he has been
Disappeared.
completely forgotten about. It's very, very sad.
Shouldn't be too difficult to find.
And Kennen, this is a very strange one because now Silas can just go top and be better Kennen.
Yeah.
Pretty much is a pivot that Dynamics now has available to them. And this means that Galio could come in, and then you have Pantheon Galio as a combo. So I don't know if Dynamics will realize this.
Or
pivot?
they could play Akali for the 3rd time.
Yeah. Why, of course. Or Aatrox.
Nope.
You weren't even kidding, actually.
I see you haven't done your homework in the break. I was busy reading the script.
They don't give it to me anymore.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
You kept when you invoke it too much, they kind of want to, they don't want to spoil it for the fans. So
Yeah, when
they
I,
take it
when I
away from
request
you.
it, yeah. It does honestly become a little bit problematic.
Yeah. So now you're lost script.
Yeah. Looking for script, actually,
Yeah.
as some would say. So there's going to be Akali for the 3rd time in a row, so friendship ended with Aatrox, and now Akali's his best friend. Which is actually, I think, right next to each other, both in the English and Korean alphabet.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
way that
actually,
their names are written.
they should be really close on
Yeah.
the Korean alphabet as well.
Yeah.
So maybe he meant to take Aatrox 3 times, but he misclicked 3 times.
Yeah.
Or maybe he did it the first time and then he went 0-6 and he's like, oh, I actually like this champion. Maybe I'll play it a couple more times.
Well, Sandbox's team comp, Kennen, Twisted Fate, Lee Sin, Philios, and Nautilus feels very bland. There's a lot of individual ability in a lot of those champions, but not a whole lot of cohesiveness amongst them. Akali, Trundle, Silas, Ashe, and Pantheon. Definitely a brawlery type of team composition that is looking to make explosive things happen. Obviously, Silas planted there in the mid lane to follow Twisted Fate around.
Yeah. Let's see how it does all come down here. This is a big match, again, for both teams. And obviously, Sandbox are 1 game closer to playoffs compared to Team Dynamics, who have that 1 extra loss and 1 fewer win. So if they were able to take this win, this is a very important win for them, just because there are a lot of strong teams in the LCK. And so you got to take the wins against the lower level teams if possible. I'm trying to look. They lost to KT and Damwon already, did Sandbox, so that's a little bit unfortunate for them. As
oh man,
I have them butting heads here. The flash comes in as the zoom in shows us that.
Yeah, what this makes me think is that Guger has, unfortunately and poorly, already selected a skill, because otherwise, with all of Dynamics right there, I'm pretty sure if he skills E, he can avoid everything without burning his flash.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I want to point out here we have 4 Presence of Minds.
Yeah.
And 4 Tenacity runes. They're all in the Precision tree. Every single one of them on the side of Team Dynamics.
Well, they're looking for the Presence of Mind.
There you go.
That's how it is.
They're trying to, get in the zone. They're hunkering down for another 45-minute game, so, yeah, they got to be present for that. You don't want to, doze off or be thinking about something else. Got to keep your focus. Giannis played Trapdoll 13 times.
Yeah.
This is number 14.
Well, see if this time around anything is really going to be different. Lee Song doing the golems immediately after the red. We'll see if he tries to get creative with anything. Duckdom and Guger are shoving in the bot wave. And honestly, this Nautilus skin, I've said it looks like many things, but it's just making me hungry right now, I'll be honest with you.
What do you mean?
It is looking like some sort of like a bakery strawberry cake.
Ooh,
you know what
yeah.
I mean?
No, I actually see what you mean.
He looks like food. I just want to eat him.
I didn't see that at first.
Oh, he's looking like a gingerbread man. With some frosting? With some frosting.
Is the red part the frosting or the gold
Red is
part?
the gingerbread man, and the gold is the frosting.
I don't know. I see the strawberry a little bit more. We have maybe a dead Cougar here, but that E ability is really good. As here comes Lee Songer gonna come in, and Cougar just accepts his fate. He doesn't have flash, so why are you so far up the lane looking to get hooked by Gorilla? Gorilla says thank you very much, and they're gonna pick up an easy first blood.
Yeah, and it's a really easy kill for them. Beyond even gives away his location because he was sinning. And comes down, shows that he was just at the Scuttle Crab, and now everyone's going to have an idea of where he is as well. Meanwhile, up in top lane, Akali not achieving a whole lot. Fate crashing in against Kuzan. He's going to come over here, see the Scuttle Crab still here. He's going to restore a little bit of mana. Might actually even solo it for himself. Rich not going to come down. No, never mind. Fate's not going to
Look
solo
at this Chad mid laner.
Yeah.
He's like, the Scuttle Crab is mine. I'm gonna get all the vision on the jungler. Maybe I'll steal some popcorn chickens if I'm feeling like it. He didn't feel like it. He was full, so that's why he didn't actually go in there and try to steal some of them away. Otherwise, he would have, because he does what he wants.
Fate. Yeah.
Why did he go for the minion dematerializer on the ranged minion instead of the cannon?
Well, you can use the dematerializer, Valdez. The minions take more damage.
Yes, I know that.
Beautiful.
Is that the only reason?
Clear.
Rich is dead.
Yeah,
there you go. That's going to be straight up, and now Beyond is dead.
Yeah, all right, well.
And you were talking about this, actually, before the game started. You're like, it seems like everything gets decided in the early game, in the lanes, and once again, I mean, it's just blown wide open. It's 2,000 gold at 4 minutes. So all of a sudden.
It really does feel like the side lanes for both Sandbox and Dynamics have a lot of... There's a lot of volatility and variance. And while Kuzan is beating Fate in Game 1 and 2, it never really meant anything super impactful. I mean, you take a look at this lane state, and you just have to really wonder, what is Rich even doing? Because the wave was coming in, so he doesn't have an obligation to really be pushing or doing anything super aggressive. Beyond comes up and he just dies. So
이 녀석, 이 녀석, 이 녀석, 이 녀석, 이 녀석, 이 녀석.
What is he saying? I actually don't know what he's saying.
we're not getting a translation if it was slang or something, so not totally sure. Beyond clearing out a ward, he places down a pillar. Oh,
yeah, that's Pillar himself.
Yeah.
Placing himself and then running away.
I love this Trundle skin, though. It reminds me of a Death Knight. And
yeah, I guess so. I want to take another look at it, actually. Here's the monk.
Yeah, you see it?
Yeah, kind of.
You know?
A little bit. I can see it.
It's like yeah. It's fine. Hawkshot gonna come out. Spot everything. On fleek now, gonna start up the Dragon. Dragon said it was not having it. Knocks him back a little bit, but not gonna be the end of the world. Sandbox are ahead 2,000 gold. Now they're gonna be up Infernal. And honestly, Valdez, if we use game 1 and 2 as a sample size, and just looking at the way everything's unfolding here, things are probably just gonna be really rough for Dynamics, and then it's gonna be a very slow and steady bleed out. Mountain is coming up second, so the best 2 early game Dragons can go the way of Sandbox. Obviously, you can make an argument for Ocean super early on, depending on very specific circumstances, but we'll see if Sandbox can roll Ocean as the Soul.
Yeah, got a while on that one. Probably going to be about 10 minutes or so. Probably a little bit longer, as they don't take them right off of spawn. Yeah, you can see that Gorilla's feeling it. I think he's had a really great series, by the way. Even in game 2, where his team was losing, there were multiple great flays and lanterns, and he was eating so much of the damage and frontlining really well on the Thresh. I think that he's actually had a great series. Not to forget about his Tahm Kench in game number 1. Really just want to highlight that, because I think that Gorilla in the beginning of Summer was struggling a little bit Looked a little bit out of sorts, too aggressive at times, but he's really dialed it back and become a great defensive support for his team.
And I think that, I mean, in general, Sandbox, they've been having a much better time, obviously, as the season has been progressing. And it's mostly just East versus West is really proving difficulty. But beating Dynamics here is very big for them, because Dynamics were looking like they were going to be the gatekeeper to the West side. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And Dynamics have really fallen apart here the longer that Summer has continued to go on.
Well, taking a look at this, both of these teams have an insatiable thirst for the Rift Herald. I don't know what it is. Even Team Dynamics are like, we're so far behind. You know what's going to help us get the Rift Herald? Is a lane swap. Sin our bottom lane top. They are going to just let this one go as they realize, well, we can't actually fight over this. And they were also looking for plays with the lane swap. Didn't exactly pan out as the arrows did go wide. There was a big rotation up towards the top side by Root as they're going to mirror now the rotation from the side of Dynamics.
Well, still a 2,000 gold lead being locked in here. 2 minutes until that Mountain Drake comes up. Rich is going to have to back up and recall. Not a whole lot of proactive gameplay, though, happening outside of those early game kills. Trundle still waiting for his Cinderhulk to eventually get completed. Root shoving in this wave. Gorilla and Googer just sort of dancing with one another at an arm's length. Not really any openings, though, for either of these two supports to go for anything too fancy. And I don't think there's really a reason to. We could actually see a lane swap initiated back in about a minute, just so that the bottom lane can be in close proximity to that dragon. Bonfleek leashing the blue up for Fate, does have the Rift Herald, able to use it pretty much any time. Should probably be planted in mid, so that it doesn't open up the game too quickly, especially not when Sandbox is having such a good time in the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, that's something we've seen. I think we've only seen it maybe once or twice in Summer, where teams did make that calculation in their mind, and they're like, you know what? Actually, I'm not going to break this turret. And they go back and they get a better back and stuff like that. So I don't know if they're going to do it, but I don't mind the idea. And yeah, just looking at some of the lanes here, you see that Summit, they're maybe trying to wait and bait for this one. As Rich gonna come in from behind as Beyond is, well, he's all alone, he's gonna die. And, well, they're gonna get on top of Summit at least. So kind of trading the heavy amount of CC that both compositions do have into one player and just blowing them up.
Oh!
As nice, but it is Pantheon, so not the guy you were looking for. They're still going in for this as the kick is enough as Root from about 7,000 trillion miles away is able to one-shot him.
Yep.
And take him down.
And they get a lot of the turret plates down there in bottom. Mountain Drake is up as well, and Googer having just expended the Grand Skyfall is not going to be able to get down to the dragon and help his team. So this should be Mountain.
Okay. Yeah, they're going in here. That's a nice knock-up, but Kuzan is going to die. It's the trade for the Belio, so it's not half bad. Gorilla pretty low. Fate's still around. He's waiting for this, but take a look at Duck Dom, who has so much room. I don't know why Rich took that, actually.
He's dead to red.
Hey.
Oh,
so close. So close. Oh, the flash by On Fleek. What is he doing?
What?
It's not going to work out. And now we got, oh, I thought he had Hex Flash there, but not quite. Something else is now Fate is going to flash in and not get a kill. And here we go. Another GP is going to come in. Okay, he's going to try to lock down Gorilla here. Might just be able to with the flash. Nice prediction there. Gets the extra kill, and now Summit is going to go down as well. They were in such command of this game but they stuck around for so long. Even after Aphelios went down, that Team Dynamics were like, yeah, sure, we'll take the fight.
The series of events that just unfolded in the last 2 minutes is horrifying. Pretty much, as Sandbox, like you were saying, they were in absolute and total control.
Oh,
Hold on, it's not over yet. We're getting some action this game.
Oh, boy.
A kill a minute.
Here we go. They're looking for Duck Dom, and there he goes. That was a nice kick, actually. I want to applaud that kick. That was a good play by him, Flake. And that's going to net them 2 kills, just like that. As they did not respect, this time, the teleport coming in from Fate.
Well, Sandbox now, Fate's going to be able to get the solo turret gold, most likely. Never mind, Kuzan's going to come down here and try to defend it. Fate did pick up one of those turret plates, though. Uses the gold card into the turret. Meanwhile, in mid lane, Root picking up a lot of gold for himself. He's going to get one more turret plate. Gold leads 3,000. Infernal versus Mountain. So Sandbox, they're still in a commanding lead. But it definitely could have been a lot bigger. Summit tapping that turret, getting the last plate right there for himself. And so let's take a look at this one more time.
Break it down for us.
So Root, he has Flash and Cleanse available, doesn't use it to reposition. And gold card there on Twisted Fate doesn't throw it onto Beyond because he's saving it for Rich, but he doesn't need to save it for Rich. Beyond would just die during that. So at this point, on Fleek, he goes for a super flip for no reason whatsoever because the objective should still be the priority. And then here, Fate flashes forward, but he doesn't have the damage to get the kill. Guguri arrives, teleport comes in, and then Gorilla's gonna flash in point-blank range in the same direction as Silas's skill shot. So, gets latched up anyway. Summit goes down shortly. Okay, the action just never stops.
What? Well, that's another kill.
Gate. Yeah.
Yeah. Seems like a straight-up TF play, that one, so no replay required, perhaps, as I think we're going to get another kill real soon. Anyway, as we are going to go for Shirley here. Going to look to take it down. And it doesn't look like Team Dynamics want any part of it. They're just all going to go back and buy up their items instead.
And with the itemization that Silas has gone for this game, he's going to get very stunted on his third item. So we'll talk about it after the replay. This was very bizarre. They try to chain the CC. I have no idea what Ashe is thinking flashing there. I can't come up with anything because Lee Sin is always going to kill her every day of the week, even if Trundle arrives. So
yeah.
A mystifying choice there. And then right here, Rich just getting caught out by the Twisted Fate, not respecting it. And so
thank you.
This should be a pretty easy mid to late transition out of Sandbox. They should be able to close this game because when they had a lead, it went a lot smoother than when Dynamics had it in game number 2. But just the early game advantages, they play such a key role. And even though Kuzan is doing pretty well in the games, it just doesn't seem to really matter. Everything else on the side of Dynamics really falling apart at the wayside.
Yeah, you can't win with, you know, just one player. We saw that even in game 1 where he was doing pretty well on Azir early on in the game, but then wasn't able to actually close it out for his team. And it did end up being the Cloud Soul. It's kind of interesting here. I suppose, even though the TF Ultimate is not going to be used off cooldown, you still get maybe 1 or 2 extra in the game. But we'll have to wait and see how that does pan out. Depends on the pace of the game. And yeah, they're just setting up here for the Dragon. And you can see that Team Dynamics have 0 vision. They're like, well, do we face check? We're going to throw out a Hawk shot.
Kuzan taking the Cannon Ultimate. We'll see what kind of value he can get with it. Fate holding that gold card.
Okay, they're going to try to lock down the Pantheon, but Gorilla ends up taking so much, but Summit into the back line gets insane damage now. And Root is even going to survive after all of that. Mr. Pillar not able to help out. Kuzan able to pick up a quick double kill.
Oh,
the gold card.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, though. Still going to be enough as we're just getting triples and doubles traded all over the map. And in the end, Sandbox come ahead.
And this is looking like this is probably going to be all she wrote off of that fight, because it's another ace, it's another objective going down. It's a lot of minions also getting lost. Or, well, shared, as they were right in the middle of the action. So you're going to see on the right-hand side, Kuzan getting locked up by On Fleek. He wasn't able to join the fight until it was way too late. Eventually, he gets let go. He gets in there, ends up picking up 2 kills for himself. Gold card expires right at the very end, but it doesn't matter. It was a 2 for 5 on the side of Sandbox. 7,000 gold lead right now at 18.5 minutes. This is very doomed.
It's doomsday scenario for Team Dynamics, and their leader, the Silas, is not able to lead them out of their unfortunate position. And yeah, I mean, they still have a lot of lockdown with like Pantheon, Silas, and Ash Arrow and stuff like that. So I expect them to go for little plays like this and try to bait someone out, maybe try to rush someone down. As they spot Lee Sin, and the arrow will go wide.
And Dynamics, I mean, all of them up here in top lane except for Rich right now, sharing EXP. This is not ideal. Everything is just going completely to waste in mid. And you can see the ping even, I believe, by Root. He's like, yeah, I'm going to go pick up this minion wave. And Ash is going to make her way around.
Yeah. 80 carry players know.
Yeah.
They're like, that's actually a kill right there that I'm just going to pick up.
Teddy was in this game, he'd have 300 farms right now.
Probably.
Yeah.
Somehow.
One of those things.
Well, On Fleek is in a really awkward spot, but over the wall he will go, just pulling off the bait tactics perhaps, and there's the kick. They get Kuzan, and down will go the slicing Maelstrom. You can see Duck Dom fails the flash and immediately gets burst and torn to shreds. Ooh, Sniperino there.
And that is almost another ace, and you can see that Baron didn't even really attack On Fleek there. He was very appeased with the sacrifice of the Prestige Edition Akali. And so Baron, very happy. Yep.
Oh, he even smited it. Good old Root. Good old 200 years. Gotta call him Mr. Years.
Yeah. It's actually Aphelios' last name.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Mr. Years.
Look at Fate.
And yeah, I mean, Summit just gets in there, slicing Maelstrom. Fate is all the way in the back line, lands onto Ash and just plants her with the gold card into wild cards. On Fleek makes the ritual sacrifice of Akali there in the Baron pit. As Rich tried to follow over the wall, but everything is just looking doomed. There's probably one more fight left in it. I mean, it's truly fascinating to me, though, that Dynamics are so willing to keep fighting over and over and over as if they are absent-minded to the gold deficit that is present.
Yeah, and they weren't fighting when they were ahead.
Truly interesting. Truly counter logic. You know.
Counter logic gamers of Korea. And yeah, it is confusing.
You know, interestingly,
and here we go. This is just going to be Mr. Years showing up. There's the knock-up, and see you later. They don't have the damage to get into the backline. And Roots is able to stand them up. And really the only question I have is the game over now? I mean, they might just be able to end it from here. They have Baron, they have a minion wave, and it's 22 minutes in. It's only Pantheon available. And that's going to do it, guys. Really quick game to end it. 29 kills in 22.5 minutes here in this game. Real quick and easy was this one for the side of Sandbox and Yamato. As thanks, Cougar. Thank you for the entertainment. We needed it.
Well,
there's the kill.
There is the kill indeed.
And yeah, I think they just click the Nexus here. GG, 22 minutes, 45 seconds. Down it goes as a happy Yamato comes out here to high-five all of his players. Very clean game 3. There was some moments in game 2 where we're kind of scratching our heads as Sandbox just got behind for seemingly not too much reason. But other than that, a relatively clean series win over Team Dynamics.
And, I mean, Sandbox, they managed to topple them here, 2-1. Dynamics are really looking lost so far in this season. They did have that one hero win at one point, but aside from that, the cohesiveness that they once had, the team play, and everything, it's really looking lost as more and more teams around them seem to get their act together. Kuzan, he's the real centerpiece of the team right now, and seemingly the only one that's actually consistently stable and doing things. So, very unfortunate for him.
Yeah.
In tonight's series.
It really is, because their top side of the map wasn't half bad in the beginning. I think DYN was playing much more consistently. In this series, even, he looked kind of invisible if he doesn't get ahead early. And if he doesn't get the first Rift Herald, it's like the game is over for him for some reason. And might have to do with champion picks, but also I feel like just not having the same effect on the games that he did earlier on in the season. Also, Rich turned from, you know, even in the span of like 3 series.
Yeah.
There was that one series where he was playing Aatrox and he was the only person like 1v3ing.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah,
he's playing 3 games of Akali in like not very impressive fashion. How does that happen?
Where that comes from? Actually.
Yeah.
It's such a bizarre champion just arbitrarily decide that you're going to start one-tricking in a series.
It's almost like he went into solo queue.
The level of play is not there.
No.
It doesn't seem like he's super comfortable on the champion. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So, not really sure. Even Dynamics' 1 win tonight looked scary.
Yeah.
Not, yeah.
I was terrified the entire time. The bloopers of the Titanic. Oh, man. And, yeah, it's not like a coach would tell him to play Akali 3 times in a row, I don't think, you know. If it is, it's either that the coach has an obsession with the champion or Rich has an obsession with the champion, right?
Yeah.
To play it 3 times in a row like this to, you know, mixed results to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, they end up walking away with the defeat today, and some of the stuff happening in the series was definitely sloppy. This team fight was one of them. But Sandbox always able to really edge out and come back, and even in game number 2, the resilience was there to drag the game out and really make Dynamics fight for their win. This time around, they never really managed to throw it away. And again, this game, first 10 minutes, so important between the two. The laning phase is dictating a lot of the pace of how everything else could unfold.
Yeah, and by the end of it, it was just, you know, Kuzan was trying really hard. He got distracted for most of this fight by OnFleek, actually, who I think definitely does deserve a player of the game for doing so much in the early game and then having a really clean game of the Sin always being in the right place at the right time. So, gotta hand it to him. So, see Rich tries to get over the wall, and then it's like, well, I guess actually maybe you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a straight up stomp here in game 3 as we're gonna listen in now.
나 골카 3초, 골카 3초. 쟤 노플이야.
별로 나 속삭은 안 돼.
나 그냥 바로 꽂을게.
나이스 끝내자. 끝났다. 무비들인데 이거.
It's over.
아, 이거 LPL 같았다 이거. 저 오늘 처음 파란 같았다. 다행이다. 내가 맞을게.
Someone said the game is like LPL.
아우 집중 다 잘했다. 자 잡을 사람. 아니야 끝내자.
이거 잡아야 돼.
이건 잡아야 돼.
이건 잡아야 돼.
나
Will anyone die for me?
이거 인정할게. 건 잡아야 돼. 야 도망간다. 잠깐만 조금만 기다려줘. 야 좀만 기다려줘. 이거 잡긴 했어.
Like, wait, 1 second. We
야
got
여기서
this guy.
또 잡던가. 아 넥서스 얘들아 나 상태 안 좋아. 얘들아 상태 안 좋아.
Situation is not good.
깜짝이야.
Hip and Nexus.
고생했다. 됐어. 잘했어.
Gorilla saying good job, everyone.
4,000 on Silas. Is that right?
I don't think that's right.
Was that all in the dragon? Did he never land a Q on Twisted Fate in laning phase?
I know, like, what was he doing there? I mean, it did look like a passive laning phase for sure. I just thought it would be much higher.
I mean, you land Qs for sure.
That you would expect, right?
I'm
Lost
surprised.
speech.
Yeah, I mean, I am lost.
Literally speechless.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great.
Well, there you go. Silas, I haven't been, we had like that 1 week or like maybe 2 series where Silas was like, oh wow, this
Everywhere,
is really
yeah.
good. And then,
Well, some of the
know.
champions that he was good against fell out of the meta, like Ornn.
yeah.
Started disappearing. A lot of people liked it to take him in response to Ornn. Obviously, they have Kennen. On Fleek gets player of the game. Here's who I selected.
Oh, what a vote.
Yeah, what a
Unbelievable.
flipping Rich right there. Beyond was there as well, but does not really matter all that much. He ended up going down shortly thereafter. And Trundle is not able to do anything there. There's really a series of unfortunate events. Watch this ritual sacrifice here, Baron.
Use him.
Yeah, look,
Thank God.
he's watching. He laughed at the end. Like, great, excellent.
Yeah. That was a 10 out of 12 votes.
Yeah.
There was 1 observer, 1 media that did vote for mid lane. And I mean, he used Destiny Gate a couple times. That was good.
True.
Either way, guys, we are going to go to the interview. I'm going to hand it over to Brian, who is going to break it down as we hear from the players from Sandbox.
Alright, it was a match for Road to the Playoffs, and the winner was Sandbox, so we have a Summit and On Fleek. First of all, congratulations. Alright, it's your 6th win, and you're the top team in the East. So, what are your thoughts on today's series? Well, we got our winning streak continued once again, so I feel very happy in regards to it. On Fleek?
네, 저희가 이제 이번 주 경기가 플레이오프랑 직관되어 있어서
Like this week's matchups are all related to our road to playoffs.
정말 기분 좋으실 것
I'm glad that
같은데요.
we got the
오늘
dub here.
용호 상박이었습니다. 풀세트에
Well, it
접전이
was an intense
펼쳐졌는데
battle between
저희는
you
굉장히
guys and
꿀잼이었거든요.
Team
하시는
Dynamics.
내내
We were very
선수들께서
entertained by it. What was it like as players in that series?
조금 풀세트를 가면은 체력적으로는 조금
No,
힘들긴
when it
한데
goes
그래도
when the series
저희도
goes to a 3-game
되게
series,
재밌게 했던 것 같아요.
it's very physically demanding. Yet we enjoyed it as well.
네, 보는 저희도 정말 재밌었는데요.
Yep, as spectators, we had great time watching it as well. Rich utilized 3 consecutive Akalis along with the Ash Pantheon in the bot lanes. What was your take on it? We knew about Ash Pantheon coming out once again. However, once we had TF locked in and we saw that Akali was locked in, we were like, are you actually daring to use Akali into TF? And it actually was locked in, so we were a bit surprised. You guys took a L in Game 2. What was the difference between Game 2 and Game 3? So in Game 2,
뱀픽적으로 좀 별로 안 좋았다.
our draft was not that great. It was very subpar.
좀
In Game 3,
다시 잘 나와가지고 뱀픽.
we were able to improve on our drafts, and that's why the game was much more comfortable compared to that of Game 2.
네, 저는 썸미 선수한테 질문 드리고 싶은데요.
There's a question for you, Summit.
제이스와 케넨으로 아칼리만을 좀 상대했어요.
You faced Ogni versus Akali using Jace and Kennen. which one's more comfortable facing
둘
up
다
against
비슷한 것
Akali?
같습니다. 좀
Think two are comparable?
네, 둘 다 비슷한 것 같아요.
Yeah, two are comparable.
근데 제이스로는 이제 좀 파괴를 했고
But you were able to destroy Akali
확실히
in
스타일이
the
좀 다른 것 같긴
laning
해요.
phase,
네,
whereas
그렇습니다.
with
서브
Kennen
선수가
you
오늘 1경기에만
utilized him
세 번이나
as much as possible in the
기록했습니다. 이
team fight.
솔킬 장면 중에 좀 보면서
There were three
이야기
solo
나눌게요.
kills, and let's take a look at one of them.
솔직히 이 장면에서는
Here.
제이스가 플래시도 없고
네.
트런들이
Jace didn't have flash.
알고 있었나요?
And
트런들
did you know that
이동
Trundle
거는
was going to come? Yeah, I knew Trundle was heading towards the upper side of the rift
너무
from a while ago.
심하게 한 것 같기도 했어요. 여기서.
Seemed like Akali kind of acted too much.
빼면은 안 되는 알고도 빼면 안 되는 약간 그런 상황이어서
It was a moment where I knew about it, but I couldn't just back off.
앞만 보고 이렇게
네.
달리는 것도 중요한 것 같아요.
네,
Well, I
그렇습니다.
guess sometimes it's
제이스가
important
정말
to just
좋은 모습을
charge in
보여주셨는데
regardless of the
제이스를
situation.
챔피언 하나만 고르신다면 어떤 게 있을까요?
What would be a champion that could
저는
counter Jace? In
루시안이나
your opinion?
이렐리아 정도
Think Lucian or Irelia?
챔피언이 제이스 상대로 우위를 점할 수 있다고
Those
생각해요.
champions can get an edge over Jace.
그냥 칼대
Anything else to add, Leo?
좋아하는 챔피언이라서.
It seems like you like all the
네, 그렇습니다.
bruiser or high
선두에서는
DPS
두
champions.
번째 드래곤 헌터에서 움플릭 선수의 실수가 약간 나오는
So there was a small blunder from you in the team fight in front of the Dragon Pit in Game 3. What was your take? I knew I screwed up big time there.
다음 상황에 일어날 거에 빨리
However,
대비해야 된다고 생각하고 있었고
I knew I had to react to the upcoming situation.
바로 페이트 선수가 말해줘서
So Fate shot called on is going to go TP in
잘했던 장면은
to make a play,
그 전
and I was
장면인데
able to
처음에 이제 판테온
get my
플래시를
mind
빼고
straightened
게임이
out once again.
시작됐잖아요. 그러면서 트런들과 리신이 어떻게 보면 역갱과 갱킹 싸움을 했는데
Right, Trundle and Lee Sin were constantly going for gank / counter gank plays. You were able to come out on top.
갱킹 시간 뭐 플랜 좀 알려주실 수 있나요?
Could you tell us about how did you figure out all the plans of Trundle, such as like jungle routes and gank paths?
저희 3거리 왔었을 때
Level 1,
들어가서
came to our tribush,
적불레 와드를 넣었기 때문에 트런들
and
동선을
we were able to place a ward in the enemy blue. Therefore, we were able to track Trundle.
좋은 상황 나올 것 같아요.
And Pantheon expended his flash earlier on, so I knew I could make a play if I head down to the bot lane. So Game 2 was very elongated, where Game 3 was very decisive. Were there any conversations about let's wrap this series up ASAP? It was more rather about draft, and we made amendments in regards to our draft, and we were able to excel in Game 3. What kind of amendments did you guys make?
좀 무식한 픽 말고 좀 기동성이 좋고.
Alright, let's try to go with mobile champions instead of very tanky and frontline champions. I guess that worked out really well since you guys were able to close out Game 3 decisively. How is your physical condition? We heard that you have a high-rated disc at your lumbar, which is an intervertebral disc. I'm doing fine. I'm working out and also trying to maintain myself physically as much as possible. How's studying English going? I haven't done it. So how do you communicate with coach? So whenever he wants to convey with me, then he always asks for a translator. So other players can manage to do some basic conversations. However, if he wants to converse with me, then he always asks for the translator. What about Onfleek? Well, it's not too bad. Then you can teach him some. Yeah, I guess. In order to make it to the playoffs, you guys have to compile as many dubs as possible. So on Sunday, you guys are going up against T1. The closer made a remarkable debut today. Were you able to catch the series?
예, 봤는데 클로저
I saw it.
선수가 솔랭에서도 좀 봤을 때 좀 칼챔 위주로 하는
Closer really prefers prefers the high DPS champs
하는 거 보면서
in solo queue.
칼챔을 좋아한다고 생각했고
And
그거에 잘 대비해야 한다고 생각이
it
들었어요.
was confirmed that once I saw his Akali plays today, that he indeed has proficiency in such high DPS champs. Alright, what's your resolution heading to the next series? Summit first. In order for us to go to the playoffs, we need to take them down no matter what. We'll prep as much as possible. We'll try to
온플릭 선수
perform well.
팬분들께 한마디 해주시기 바랍니다.
Alright, on flick, any words to the
저희
fans?
팀이 이제 좀 플레이오프 가능성이 좀 생겼는데
We have a slight chance to make it to the playoffs.
저희 힘든 상황에서도 꾸준히 계속 응원해 주신 분들 너무 감사드리고요.
I really want to express my deepest gratitude to all the fans who constantly supported, whether we were on our ups or downs.
인터뷰 감사합니다. 이렇게
Alright,
해서
thank you for the
샌드박스의
interview.
동부의 왕이 된 샌드박스의
Alright,
서비 선수,
once again,
온플릭
congratulations
선수와
to the
인터뷰
King of the East, Sandbox's Summit and on flick.
네, 이번 경기를 계기로 순위는 또 어떻게 변동이
Alright,
됐는지
let's see how the standings changed after this series.
Thank you, Brian, once again for the great translation there of the interview. Sandbox, they move one step closer up to the top side. And, you know, Afrika, they are still a couple of wins ahead. At least 2 less losses, which I think is the biggest thing that I look at when it comes to potentially clinching a spot. Now, if T1 and Afrika implode and Sandbox do really well, then it should be easy to get in, but with some extra wins for them and some extra losses for Afrika, it's definitely possible.
Yeah, I mean, the scary thing, though, is that Afrika goes up against DRX tomorrow. So that is probably going to be a loss on their record unless something surprising shows up. Now, Afrika has recently thrown some shade to Damwon in terms of the speedrun percent.
Yeah.
Any percenting some of the teams here in LCK. We'll see if they can keep that up tomorrow against DRX or not. Southern Prince is going up against a giant that is Gen G. Probably not going to be a good look, I'll be honest.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Southern Prince is struggling so much, and Gen G, even though I believe they did recently take that loss, they are still the better team when it does come to that matchup. But DRX versus Afrika should be interesting.
And Sandbox just has the nightmare schedule coming up. It's going to be DRX, T1, and Gen G in a row. So,
well,
good night.
I think they already played Damwon though. So there's that.
Yeah.
At least they got through Damwon with the 0-2. But who knows? I mean, there's still a chance Afrika do have strong teams to fight too. We'll see. We'll have to wait and see. But guys, thank you so much for watching. Once again, we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.
The world has changed and I am ready to take it on. You told me to be myself and never feel alone. You're all that I want, you're all that I need. If I was ever in